It can be positive, it can be negative. It doesn't matter. As long as ada jawapan, then it is communication. That is why perkataan communication ni ada CO depan. It means there will be more than one party. So if you are speaking, you tak shock sendiri. There will be a response. Alright? So that's why it's called communication loop. So I speak to you, you hear me, whether you understand the message or not, it is my responsibility, tanggungjawab saya to make sure you faham my message. Kalau you tak faham, then you have to tell me you tak faham. So there is already a loop. When you tell me you tak faham, there is already a loop. Then I will make sure I enhance my message to you so that you understand. Macam sekarang saya tanya, I'm speaking in English, we want English or Malay? Then Hisham kata dua-dua. So that is a response, that is a loop. Now, sometimes you understand, sometimes you don't understand. Bila you understand, what are you going to do about the message? Do you know what to do? When you know what to do, that's the action you are taking. When you take that action, there is already a loop. All right? So, whether we are speaking to people same level with us, whether we are speaking to orang atasan or orang bawahan, doesn't matter. The same principles apply. What is the principle? The principle is number one, you must know the name of that person. Macam sekarang, I know there is Eng, I know Azmi, I know Hisham, I know Fahmi, I know Azri, I know Emma, I know Siti Maju. So there are all these people here. I know the name. And not only I know the name, I am going to use your name. So I will call your name as I see it in front of me. That's why just now I called Fahmi, but Fahmi tak jawab. I don't know whether he's hooked on or not. And then
sorry, madam. I maybe I was not here during call me.
Okay, tak apa. At least I know you are here. Azri,
Okay.
Azri, are you here, Azri? Ni Azri pun. Yes, okay. Emma, are you here, Emma? Siti Maju, are you here?
Yes.
Okay. Eng Yi Lin, are you here?
Hi, morning, yes.
Morning. Okay. So, number one rule of communication, if you are going to speak to that person, first you introduce yourself. Number two, you ask him his name or her name. So that's number one rule. After that, you make sure you use the name lah. You cannot say Cik, Miss, Miss. No, you must use Miss Eng, or I use Azri, or I call Hisham, or I call Emma. It's like that. So that's number one rule of communication. Any questions? Ada soalan tak? Setakat ni faham tak?
Everything great at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, great. So after this, bila kita dah tahu kita punya platform tu, what is the platform? The platform is when you communicate, number one, tahu nama, number two, guna nama. That's the most important thing. Then only you going to understand when we communicate, bukan when we speak, when we communicate. Kalau kita speak, kita shock sendiri. That means I keep on speaking. I don't know whether you understand, you don't understand, not important. When we communicate, we must use Mehrabian principle. Mehrabian principle says 55% is your body language. Now, what is body language? Body language is this. Body language can be positive and can be negative. But we want to make sure we always use the positive body language. Why kita kena senyum dekat orang? Why must we smile at people?
To give a good impression, I guess.
Yes, yes. That is the second layer, Fami, to give good
Oh.
impression. Yeah. What will be the first layer? When you smile at people, when people smile at you, how do you feel?
Maybe they will feel warm from you, from warm
Yes,
treatment.
yes. They feel this person is approachable. Oh, I can
I
talk
agree
to
with
this
you.
person. That's very, very important. When you talk about first impression, always the smile. First impression, you must have a smile, right? When you're face to face with that person. So number one, you must make sure you smile.
Get ready, you.
Okay.
Right. Get ready.
Evie, your mic is on. Okay. First impression.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. First impression is when you're face to face with somebody is the smile, right? Then after that, we must know lah how to smile. How to smile. Now everybody who has camera, please switch on. We want to practice how to smile. Please turn on your camera. So number one, oh, nobody has camera. Shah Mister ada camera. Yilin camera, very good. Okay. So the first thing how to smile is you say the word money. Money. Oh, okay, Emma, dah cantik dah. You say the word money. Money, When you say the word money, Yilin, say money. Money. Wait, money. Fami, say money.
Money.
Itu tak betul itu. Money.
Oh,
When
alright.
you say money, the muscles that form the word money and the muscles that form your smile are the
Okay.
same muscles.
Okay.
Okay, so when you say money, automatically you will smile. But you cannot smile like Yilin just now, short, less than 4 seconds. You must smile average 8 seconds. But you cannot smile longer than 20 seconds. 8 seconds, smile. All right? And then, number one, smile. Number one, smile. Doesn't matter, you smile at strangers, you can smile at anybody because it creates a relationship between you and the person you smiled at. That is important. So number two is your eye contact. This is very, very important because very often people don't want to have eye contact with you for many reasons. Siti Maju, Mr. Ang. Okay, so if you want to have eye contact macam mana? Kalau eye contact, tak boleh pandang atas kepala. Kena pandang di muka. But the first one is from here to here lah. First time you meet somebody, first time. First 30 minutes, you only look from here to here. After 31 minutes, you meet that somebody for the second time, third time, you can look until here. So how to look? This is how you look. So business gaze, the first one is called business gaze, all over here. So it's not direct to from my eyes to your eyes. No, it is all over here. So 1 point, 1 point, 1 point, 1 point, 1 point. And then after that, so this is called business gaze. After that, you call social gaze. From here until here. That means you can look all over already. So that is eye contact. The next one is below the chin. That one after 11 p.m. You shouldn't look at people below the chin if you are face to face. If they are standing jauh sikit, kita boleh pandang dia daripada kepala, daripada hujung rambut ke hujung kaki. Jauh. Tapi kalau dekat, only business gaze and social gaze. Okay, so that will be eye contact. And then your posture. when you are talking to people, you must sit up straight lah. Kalau duduk macam ni, maksudnya apa? You are not paying too much attention. Kalau posture ni macam ni. I have a picture. Okay. When you are, your posture, when you are standing, you should appear like this man here on the right. Kalau berjalan, kita kena jalan straight macam ni. Kalau duduk, macam ni, dua kaki atas lantai. Kalau kita jalan bongkok ke, terlentang ke, kita berdiri selain daripada yang kanan ni, that means kita punya concentration tu limited. So that is why must stand up straight. And then, of course, bila kita bercakap, tangan kita mesti guna tangan kita. So, di Malaysia ni, orang yang fantastic body movement siapa? Who are the people with fantastic body movement? Azri. Siapa in Malaysia fantastic body movement?
Karam Singh.
Karam Singh tu hidup lagi ke? Tak ada dah. Karam Singh Walia ya?
Not sure.
Nah, okay, yes, correct. Bukan Karam Singh. Indians and the Bengali community, not so Karam Singh actually, the Indians. Karam Singh dia Bengali. Indians dia punya body language 100%. Dengan mata dia terjegir-terjegir, dengan tangan dia melintang pukang tangan dia. That's fantastic body movement. That's fantastic body language. So between the Chinese and Malays, we have to learn to pick up this body language thing. Karam Singh Azri, lama tak dengar. Alright, so that is 55%. So if we are able to know how to smile at people, we're able to make eye contact with people, we're able to manage our posture ni betul-betul, diri straight, jalan straight, duduk straight, then and we have to have our hand movements, then we can capture 55%. Sebab tak payah bercakap, orang boleh faham kita punya body language, betul tak? Umpamanya, kalau saya diri tepi jalan tu, saya letak tangan macam ni, orang tahu tak saya nak buat apa?
Nak pergi ke arah hadapan.
Saya nak tumpang. Saya nak tumpang, kan? Hitchhike, nak tumpang. So tak payah bercakap. Tak payah bawa paper tulis. Subang Jaya, tak payah bersuara. Just arrow je tangan ni. Tunjuk je tangan ni. Then itu body language. Right? Sebab selainnya suara kita ialah 38%. Suara kita maksudnya apa? Suara kita maksudnya kelantangan suara. Kita cakap perlahan ke, kita cakap kuat. Nombor 2, sama ada percakapan kita laju ke perlahan. Kadang-kadang kita dengar orang cakap laju-laju, kita macam tak faham. Tapi kalau orang cakap terlampau slow pun kita rasa dia ni cacat ke? So no. Kita ada speed yang betul. For example, kalau bahasa Malaysia antara 90 perkataan ke 100 perkataan 1 minit. Bahasa Inggeris antara 110 hingga 150 perkataan 1 minit. Sebab perkataan dalam bahasa Inggeris lebih pendek daripada perkataan dalam bahasa Melayu. Dan kalau kita buat sentence bahasa Melayu, dia lebih panjang daripada kalau kita buat dalam bahasa Inggeris. Nombor 3, apa yang diperkatakan mestilah lancar. Kita hanya boleh bercakap dengan lancar kalau kita tahu apa kita nak cakapkan. Kalau kita tak tahu apa kita nak cakap, apa yang disampaikan tu macam kereta tak ada minyak lah. Jalan sikit berhenti, jalan sikit berhenti, jalan sikit berhenti. Dan bila kita cakap macam gitu, menampakkan kita punya keyakinan diri untuk menyampaikan mesej tu. Dan last kali ni optional. Taklah. Last kali ni tahap tenaga kita. Tahap tenaga kita mesti selalu high. Kalau rasa-rasanya orang cakap pada pendapat saya, projek ni susah nak buat ni. Kalau saya cakap macam gitu, maksudnya saya punya tahap tenaga is very low. Itu sebab kualiti mutu suara 38%. Tadi body language tak payah bercakap. Tengok je orang tu. Kita rasa yakin tak dia ni boleh cakap. Dan nombor 2, suara 38%. Yang saya duk cakap-cakap ni hanyalah 7%. Yang perkataan saya cakap-cakap ni hanyalah 7%. Itu sebab saya mesti make sure saya faham penggunaan body language. Walaupun mata saya sepet, saya asyik buka-buka mata tu, maksudnya saya tengah stres perkataan apa yang saya nak sampaikan. So, perkataan 7%. Itu sebab kalau kita mesti selalu mengguna perkataan-perkataan yang bagus. Supaya bila kita nak sampaikan mesej kita sampai dengan cara yang terbaik. Sebab kita always use good words. We don't want to use low quality words. We don't want to use bad words. Okay, ada soalan tak? Okay, kalau tak ada soalan, kita proceed. Now, walaupun Merabian kata 55, 38, 7. 55 bahasa badan, 38 kualiti suara, 7% perkataan kita guna. Kita masih perlu ada kemahiran yang tertentu untuk menentukan mesej kita ni sampai dekat orang tu. Nombor 1, kita dah pandai cakap lah. Nombor 2, kita mesti biasa listen. We must listen. Nombor 3, bila kita bercakap, kita tak boleh macam kereta api. Kita mesti ada berhenti and kita mesti ada ikut alunan. Pace and pause. Pace, cakap, berhenti. Pause, macam tadi saya buat. Berhenti. Dia macam, kalau kita pace, kita mengikut mesej yang kita nak sampai. Ada kalanya kita nak kena sebut cepat-cepat. Ada kalanya kita kena sebut perlahan-perlahan. Perlahan-perlahan main slow. Bukan soft, slow. Dan bila kita nak move from one topic to another topic, kita kena pause. Lama sikit. Nombor 4, kita mesti sensitif terhadap environment kita. Sekarang ni, di mana saya duduk ni sunyi. Jadi saya bolehlah cakap macam gini. Tapi katakan saya duduk di kawasan mana bising. Dan saya terpaksalah cakap lagi kuat dan lagi kuat. Apa maksudnya bila orang cakap kuat dan kuat? Emma. Bila kita cakap kuat and kuat? Nur Azmi. Fahmi. Bila kita cakap kuat?
Maybe when you angry. Make
Yes,
sure.
correct.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yes. So, kalau kita cakap kuat, pada orang sekeliling kita, dia orang tu bergaduh ke? Itu sebab kita dilarang lah, dilarang cakap kuat. Kita cakap hanya untuk orang yang kita bercakap tu dengar apa yang kita cakap and faham. That's all. Kalau kita cakap kuat tu memang marah. Itu sebab bila kita aware of our environment, maksudnya kita faham kalau kawasan ni bising, saya kena cakap kuat-kuat, tak bagus. So kena move to a quiet place. Macam gitu. Betul tak Fahmi?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yes,
Makes sense.
yes. Mr. Ang, bolehkah Mr. Ang?
Ya, okey, boleh. No problem.
Make sense. When you speak loudly, people will have the impression you tengah marah. Actually, tak marah. Tapi it's so noisy. That's why I speak louder. Macam gitu. Number 5 is compartmentalization. 1, 2, 3, 4 ni. 1, 2, 3, 4 quite normal level. When it comes to compartmentalization, high class punya sophisticatednya communication skill. Why? Because compartmentalization, there is no Malay word compartmentalization ni. Sebab bila kita tahu how to compartmentalize, maksudnya example, bukan maksudnya example. Kalau saya bercakap dengan bos saya marah-marah saya pun rasa kena marah ni, geram lah kan, very angry ni. But I compartmentalize. That means kena marah tadi, I put that idea of kena marah ni dalam kotak and I push one side. Sebab tadi dengan bos Mr. Ahmad, now I'm going to speak to Mr. Ang. Takkan I nak bawa I punya marah dengan Mr. Ahmad tadi jumpa Mr. Ang. Kalau I tak reti compartmentalize, that means perasaan marah dekat bos tadi tu I will carry when I bercakap dengan Mr. Ang. What will happen bila I bercakap dengan Mr. Ang and I have that angry feeling? What will happen? Can I focus on my communication with Mr. Ang? Fahmi nak jawab tadi, Fahmi?
You make another enemy, I would say.
Yes, betul lah. So that means angry with Mr. Ahmad. Now I want to talk to Mr. Ang. I carry the angry with me. So when I cakap dengan Mr. Ang, so it's like I am angry with Mr. Ang. But Mr. Ang innocent. Nothing to do with him. But because, because I didn't do compartmentalization. So compartmentalization means I take that feeling of anger with my boss just now, put into one box. So when I talk to Mr. Ang, I have a clear brain. Can see or not?
Yes, I can see that. And then it's like the compartmentalization is like you keeping up your composure, right? It means like try to suppress any sort of anger.
Yes, correct. You're absolutely correct. So you push aside. And 9 out of 10 times, when you put that thing in the box there, you don't open the box. 9 out of 10 times. So each time you are in this situation, you put inside the box, put inside the box, put inside the box. If you don't know how to put inside the box, if you don't know how to compartmentalize, just now angry, supposing you are in customer service. Just now one customer make you angry. So second customer 2 kali make you angry. And then you got third customer 3 kali make you angry. At the end of the day, you go home, what happens? Emma, what will happen when you go home with so much anger? Explode lah. If you explode, otherwise you keep inside. Pintu cannot open, so you marah. Rainy day, so you marah. So you keep on marah. So the thing build up, build up, build up. So that's why compartmentalization is a highly sophisticated skill. And when you learn to do compartmentalization, you are a very cool and very calm kind of person. Any questions?
So far, everything good on my side.
Okay, okay, thank you. All right. Okay, I go one slide back. Listening, just now we're talking about listening. Number 2, listening. Listening is you must concentrate. Just remember care. Concentrate on whoever is the speaker. A is acknowledge. Acknowledge through your body language if you're in person. Respond. Maybe you can ask questions or empathize. What is empathize? What do you mean by empathize? Because this empathize word will come up over and over again. What is empathize? Agak-agak ni. Nur Azmi, what is empathize? Iza, what is empathize? Paisy, what is empathize?
Hello, empathize in bahasa is actually menitik berat.
Menitik berat.
We
Half.
Empathize.
Itu
Empathize share in their emotion and feeling.
Okay, menitik berat. Itu only half, Paisy, only half. Never mind. This is a liberal arts class, so never wrong. You are right. Only not 100% right. All right. Okay, Din, what is empathize, Din?
Empathize macam dia luahan dalam hati lah betul ke?
Tak apalah, kita cuba-cubalah, Din. No problem. Ni, I have seen this number before. 601110. Who's that? 601110713124. Bukan IC number kot tak? What about Azam? What is empathize? FIFA.
Emphasize. Okay, sorry.
Empathize.
Sorry, I joined the meeting. Sorry, very late. Sorry.
Okay.
Empathize actually we need to share our feeling or our emotion, dan macam mana kita nak confirm yang that process is kita confirmkan balik lah dengan apa yang kita dengar tu. This my understanding lah.
Okay, tak apa. Don't worry, in this class you never get 100% because I'm a mean trainer, but you can always give your opinion. There will always be points there. Empathize is like the Muslims puasa, bulan puasa. Why do we puasa? Why do we puasa? Okay, number 1, because of the religion. Otherwise, why do we puasa? Why do we puasa?
To educate or to train our body, how meaning that first, number 1, dia nak bagi kita rest lah, our body to take some rest and to reset back the ni lah dia punya system, number 1. Number 2, to understand poor people punya condition when they don't have any food to take in daily basis.
Yes.
So that's why we puasa lah. Right?
Yes. So empathize is to menyelami perasaan the other party. So when we puasa, we know how other people feel when they don't eat. That is empathize. You got a better picture, Paisy? It's not menitik berat only, but
Actually, so it's actually empathize is try to understand the other person's condition or to try to be in their shoes when during the situation.
yes, not try. Don't use the word try. To be in their shoes. That is empathize. So meaning not only in action but also in words. Meaning if you don't like people to say you are not clever, then you don't say people are not clever, like that. Can you see the application? Empathize means menyelami perasaan dia. So kalau I kata kat dia you bodoh, that means how do you feel when I say you bodoh? I feel terrible. So if you feel terrible and if I don't want to feel terrible, I shouldn't use the word you bodoh. Because if people say you bodoh to me, I feel terrible. So if I cause people to feel badly, that means I am not empathizing. It's not just, it is mostly, it's not just feeling, it's also the physical thing, is the whole thing. Right? So that is empathize. So there is no Malay word for empathize. That's why we use empathy. There is no one word in Chinese for empathize. In Tamil, there is one word, but even in Tamil, they hardly use that word. So empathy is something we have to inculcate in ourselves so that kita faham what it means, so that we always apply the situation. It is an application rather than just say. It is an application. So when it is an application in the mind, then we always practice it. So empathize, how do you feel? That's how I feel. That's empathize. All right? Questions? Is that clear, everybody, what empathize is? Isham, is that clear, Isham?
Yeah.
Yeah. FIFA, is that clear, FIFA? All right. Okay. All right. So we have gone through what is active listening, what is compartmentalization. Proxemics, we are very familiar because we have gone through COVID. And when we have gone through COVID, we understand what is social distancing. Now, why is proxemics important in communication? Because if we understand that there is something called private space, social space and public space, kalau kita berdiri dekat dengan orang tu, kemungkinan apa yang kita bertanya dengan orang tu, dia punya jawapan positif. Kalau kita menjerit dekat orang tu in public space, chances are you don't get a positive response. Itu significant proxemics. So kalau kita nak, kalau tapi
email, Gmail, keempat.
Fadli, your mic is on, I think. So kalau you are in private space, you kena cakap pun kena bisik-bisik. So kalau you berani dengan orang tu boleh cakap bisik-bisik, then you have good relationships with orang tu. Kalau social space ni neutral. Kalau private space ni definitely positive. Social space neutral. Maybe yes, maybe no. Tapi kalau dalam public space more than 2 meters, then chances are when you speak to people in public space, maybe the message gets through, maybe the message doesn't get through. All right? So these are kemahiran untuk communication. Number 1, definitely you must know how to speak. Number 2, you definitely know how to listen. And the next thing is you must know how to empathize. Number 3, you must know that when you are speaking, kadang-kadang kena perlahan sikit, kadang-kadang laju sikit, and kadang-kadang you have to stop for a couple of seconds. Number 4, you must be sensitive to your environment. You should never bercakap dengan extra kuat di mana people will think you tengah marah. Number 5, this is a sophisticated skill where everybody must learn. If we don't learn how to compartmentalize, that is when many of us get into trouble. And then we must know about proxemics. Right? Okay, here we go. Okay. Before I move on to VCOG, if you are not clear, you can put into the chat box, and then we'll come back and discuss your question. Okay, VCOG ni apa benda? VCOG ni, before I indulge VCOG, which do you like to see? Do you like to see the wording, or do you like to see the picture? Those who like to see the wording, raise your hands now. Nobody likes the wording. If you prefer the picture, raise your hands now.
Picture.
Picture. Okay. When you say you prefer the picture, we are referring to kita punya deria. Kita ada 5 deria. Tapi saya tak tahulah kalau Mr. Ong ada 6 deria. Mr. Ong, you ada 6 deria tak, Mr. Ong? Developing your number 6. Mr. Ang. 6 deria. Only 5. Okay. Alright. So kalau kita ada 5 deria ni, what are our 5 deria? Number 1, we can see. Yes, Azam, you got 5 or 6 deria, Azam?
Only 5.
Okay. So number 1, we see. We see, we use our eyes, we see. That's why we start with V, visual. Then we have A, auditory. That means we hear. We hear, dengar. K, kita pegang. Pegang. O, kita hidup, kita bau. And G, kita rasa. So in a class like this, probably there is no rasa and bau lah. There is no rasa and bau. But we have VAK. V, visual, what you can see. A, auditory, what you can hear. K, kinesthetic, what you can touch. So, when you say you prefer the picture, it's normal because 80% orang, universally, semua orang dalam dunia ni, respond to visual. So when we say visual ni, termasuklah gambar tu besar, gambar tu banyak warna-warni, kita tertarik kepada visual yang banyak color, yang besar. So we are generally visual people. And what is auditory? Auditory is dalam dunia, the people with, they prefer to listen. Tak apa, tutup lampu semua, tak apa. But they just listen. Okay, they're okay with that. So, in the world, there are about 11% of people who prefer auditory. So, 80 plus 11, 91. So, out of the 91, there is another 9% divided not equally between touch, taste, and smell. But in class like this, we don't have touch, taste, and smell. So maybe percentage for visual naik sikit lah. Auditory naik lagi lah. Touch just a little bit. And make up the 100%. So whatever that we do, whatever that we want to communicate with people, we must make sure we enhance the way we communicate with people with something visual, something auditory, something kinesthetic. Faham tak? Okay. Shah, how many people do we have, Shah? I want to break them up into rooms. 18 minus 1, 2, 3, 15. Okay. Can I break you up into 3 rooms? You discuss a case study. Evie, please put them in 3 rooms, random. So Evie will put you in 3 rooms, random, virtual rooms, and then the 5 of you will discuss a case study. I will write the case study and broadcast in the chat box. So kalau masuk bilik tu, you have 4 other people with you, you discuss the case. Evie? Oh, Evie is not in eh? Give me 1 second eh? So what this is going to happen, I will put the case study and then you will discuss the case study. After you have finished discussing, you come out and you present your case study. So when you are making your presentation afterwards, it is a test on your communication skill. Okay. One moment eh. So this is the procedure. Number 1, you will go into the rooms, into the virtual room together with your friends to discuss the case study. And in the meantime, I will put the case study in the broadcast, and you can look at the case study and discuss and come back with solution. Okay, let me see. Okay, if I have to tell you the case study, later I will write it down. Yeah, later I will write it down, and then later I'll write it down, the case study, but the case study is like this. If you are looking, okay, hold on. If you are at a location and you want to find something, you want to find like an address. Please don't use GPS. This is not a GPS situation. Disable your GPS from your cell phone. What do you prefer? How do you prefer people tell you how to get to the location? Right? Do you understand the case study? Okay, let me give you the case study. Okay, I've got it here. All right. You intend to get to a specific location. This is your case study. You cannot use GPS. If someone gives you directions, in what form do you want the directions? And why do you want the directions in that form? Do you want the man to give you a map? Do you want the man to just point out, go straight, turn left, turn right? Or what do you want that person to do to make sure you get to your location? That will be your case study. Hold on, Okay. Okay. All right. Give Evie a few minutes, then she will put you into your rooms. Is that okay, Mr. Ang? Case study ni?
Okay. How many rooms you need?
3 rooms. There are only
3 rooms.
There are only 15. So 3 rooms, 5 people per room.
Okay. All right. Hold on. I add in.
Okay.
011 is a participant, right?
Yes, yes. FIFA. That is FIFA.
Okay. 414 assign.
Random selection,
Yes, random. Yes. 4 people a room.
5 lah, because 15 only what? Minus you, minus I.
Okay. 5. Okay. SK.
SK no need.
No need.
SK no need.
How many minutes?
How many minutes do you want, Hisham?
5 minutes.
A little bit more lah. 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Make it until 10 o'clock lah. Now 9:52. Make it until 10 o'clock.
8 minutes. Okay. All right.
Yep.
Okay. I open now, yeah.
Okay. Give me access to the rooms I want to visit, or I want to give message only lah. I want to broadcast message. Okay.
Room 1.
What are you calling room 1?
No, I assign you to room 1 already. You just click join.
Later lah I go. I want to broadcast the case first. sometimes I visit the rooms, they all terkejut like hantu like that. Syah, yalah, so I come in, I wave. Syah, they only pernah buat macam ni ke?
Apa dia? Tak tahu. I belum pernah buat lagi.
Oh, okay. Kalau I visit, sure tak terkejut.
Belum pernah buat lagi macam ni. That's why I tak tahu nak create room tu.
Oh, okay.
Kalau I suka dia orang bagi by right, bagi maps lagi senang.
Maybe. Yang tolong I ni EV.
Oh, okay.
From training.com lah.
EV?
Evelyn Chin.
EV from training.com? Tak perasan lah. Macam pernah dengar.
Oh, EV, people know your name lah.
EV, I pernah tengok ke you dekat training.com? Tengok muka I kenal kot.
Maybe. Oh, excuse me for a while. Give me 1 second. Okay, you're back. Fahmi, you're back.
Yes, madam, I'm here.
Okay, so so you have discussed just now in the room with your other friends.
Yeah, we did some fruitful discussion, I would say.
Okay, some form of desire. I purposely didn't invite myself into your room. Nanti you suddenly tengok ada hantu satu datang. Alright. Okay, so who is going to start presenting? There are three rooms, kan? The question is, you want to go somewhere, you cannot use your GPS. If someone gives you direction, how do you want that someone to give you direction? Which room nak present first?
Can room number 3 present first?
Boleh.
Okay. Okay, actually I'm Azam, representative from group number 3,
Okay.
which consists Miss Fifa, Miss Ang and Cik Azri lah. So both for us. So actually kita ada many various of opinion lah, kan? Different people, different opinion.
Okay.
But what we can conclude in that discussion, basically, for example, FIFA dia prefer that people or that person show dia punya direction tu by lukis lah. Maksudnya lukis ada lemak dalam dia punya kertas tu, and then brief to her, then dia akan go lah to that direction yang dia nak pergi. Itu point FIFA. But talking about from opinion from Cik Azri dan Miss Ang, dia orang prefer and just tell them, meaning that just bagi tahu what the lemak, because based on dia punya opinion, kalau tempat tu dekat, better just tell them what the lemak, how to go, and then dia orang akan pergi by themselves lah.
Okay.
Maksudnya very simple, so just tell. Okay. But ada juga tadi ada penambahan daripada bentuk form daripada Cik Azri. Sometimes dia bagi satu opinion lah, mungkin dalam bentuk audio, bisa record. So meaning dia orang tu bagi tahu which direction to go, record, and then he go by themselves lah. Itu dia punya opinion. But kalau saya personally, saya prefer orang tu lukis atas kertas, brief me what to go, what the lemak, then I go lah. So meaning that kami ada berbagai bentuk form lah yang kita orang prefer untuk diberi instruction untuk pergi ke satu tempat tu. This our punya ni lah opinion or outcome of the discussion. Right, terima kasih.
Very good, very good. Alright, itu room 3. Okay, next room you panggil lah Azam. You nominate lah next room. Room 1 ke room 2?
Prefer number 1 lah.
Room 1. Okay, room 1.
Okay. Kami
Yes, kami.
Okay. Okay, Assalamualaikum dan selamat pagi. Saya wakil daripada grup 1. Grup kami ni, saya Isyamuddin, Airun Yusof, Cik Mak Fadli, dan seorang lagi siapa dia, saya tak ingat tadi, tak sempat tulis.
Okay.
Apa? Based on our discussion, apa yang kami dapat simpulkan, kami pilih dua form lah, dua bentuk ni. Satu kami pilih visual dan satu lagi audio lah. Satu dari segi visual kami minta supaya dilukis direction ataupun plan ke lokasi tersebut dengan lebih jelas, dengan lebih tepat supaya jadi mudah untuk kami jadi sebagai guidance kepada kami lah untuk ke location. Yang keduanya, audio ini digunakan sebab apa? Audio ini adalah sebagai alat dia menjelaskan kepada kami kedudukan sebenar tadi ni, membantu menjelaskan kepada menjelaskan plan ataupun direction tadilah, daripada kita lebih faham kedudukan yang sebenar. Itu saja. Terima kasih.
Alright, very good. Okay, room nombor 2 lah. Mana lagi ada? Room nombor 2. Room number 2.
Okay, I'm from room number 2. Me myself, Fahmi Burhan. So along with me is Mr. Dane. We have Mr. Dane, and then Mr. Ang, Miss Emma, and who else? Miss Nuraza. So we did some discussions, and we have like various of opinion. And but the thing is, everything's really, how do I say, connecting each other lah.
Okay.
So one of the suggestion from the Mr. Din, he would say that try to ask many people on how to get there. Maybe there is a specific accessible transportation to get there. And then as for myself, I would say that if we once we start to move first, and then once we reach to the maybe specific regions, specific negeri, and then we can start to ask on the local, we can ask the locals, how do we get there, and then start to move again, and then once reach a new destination, start to keep asking again. Try to extract as much as information from the respective locals. And then one of the suggestion from Mr. Ang himself, it would be very good to identify the landmark for each places that we get into, and then maybe for the specific location itself. And then it would be nice, it would be nice to ask for visual aid from the people, which suggested by Ms. Noraza here. And because visual aid could be many things. It could be the maps, it could be the directory, it could be like maybe they can draw us a direction, could be that way. So I would say they will be all from us. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so obviously all three parties are thinking about something that's visual. Betul tak? For example, room 3 ask for a lukisan and you want map. Room 1 also you want lukis direction or give a plan. Room 2 pun you talk about the people, but the people are giving you the specific location, but you are also asking for a visual aid. You want a map, you want a direction, you want plans. So definitely all of us comply to that first requirement just now, di mana kita ni lebih-lebih 80% visual, most visual, alright? And then only you talk about, not then only, it will also be accompanied by, of course, the location just now will have the landmark. And then you also have audio recording, so that as you go, you will know, oh, you have reached this place. The guy yang record tadi kata, okay, dah sampai dah. And then mana lagi. So both the visual and the audio will work together. Now, what situation I bagi ni macam imagination, tapi in real life what is happening? What is happening in real life? When we talk to people, tak kira lah kita punya bosses ke, kita punya customers ke, kita punya subordinates ke, kita punya peers ke, tak kira. Whenever we are communicating with somebody, it will be best kalau accompanied by a visual thing. So the visual thing, it can be a map, it can be directions. In this case, map, plans, landmark. Map, plan, landmark. So when we talk to people, we must have something that they can read. When we talk to people, they already listen to us. So the auditory dah hear dah. Tapi apa yang dia nak tengok? Asyik cakap je, but you don't have anything to look at. So that is why sometimes when bosses give instructions to subordinates macam, tadi bos suruh buat apa Not so clear. So it is best kalau we always write what we want to ask people to do, or what we want people to understand. We write. Right. So write. So when we write, maybe we don't have a diagram. Maybe we have a diagram. Kalau ada diagram, better lah. Maybe it's a plan. Maybe you cannot draw a map. Maybe it's a plan. Maybe it's a process flow chart. Something to help the listener to do what is supposed to be done. Because the responsibility of sending the message is the responsibility of the person speaking. I must make sure I use apa daya usaha untuk you faham. Macam mana you nak faham? Oh, according to your case study tadi, you faham bila you tengok sesuatu, you tengok lukisan, or you tengok plan, or you tengok map. Okay, so that is why we must understand VCOP. Everybody understand or not? So if you think you want to talk to your staff, or you want to talk to your friends, and you want to make sure your staff understand what you're talking about, mesti ada diagram. Tak kira lah diagram cantik ke, diagram tak cantik, doesn't matter. As long as apa yang you cakap tu is translated into the diagram. Boleh tak? Because once you have translated into the diagram, it is just not auditory dah. Tadi you cakap je, sekarang you cakap ada diagram. Dah ada visual aid. And then, bonus. Bila ada diagram, that person can hold something. So, dah ada touch. So, out of 5 senses, we are using 3 senses already. Ada soalan tak?
Everything clear at the moment on my end.
Clear, Clear. So next time when you talk to people, you write something. So that is why the practice I work in global companies. Whenever we talk to our counterpart, we always have something called table notes. It's not a Malaysian practice. I have worked in European companies and I've worked with Japanese companies, but not so much in Japanese companies, but European companies. European and American, they practice table notes. So after my boss cakap dengan I, my boss will write down something, dia bagi ke I to make sure apa yang kita cakap tadi, we both understand. It is the same thing. So dia tulis lah. So you call it table notes. Similarly in European companies, when my boss, European boss cakap dengan I, maybe he's French, maybe he is don't know what bangsa lah. When he talks to me, he will make sure he writes something, and then I baca and I make sure this was what we discussed just now. So tak adalah I go back to my place and I say, oh, I think he asked me for 12. Actually, he only asked me for 2. So there is no miscommunication. So to enhance communication, to enhance the message that we are delivering to the other party, you not only bercakap where you only hear, you also, you will use the word galvanize. Galvanize the message with a diagram or with a written note to make sure kita guna visual, kita guna auditory, and kita guna kinesthetic. So if you practice this table notes, tak payah balik komputer nak kena type, print, tak payah. Just handwritten, post it pun tak apa. No need A4 paper, just whatever paper you have there, just like that. You call it table notes. In that way, there is no misunderstanding. There will not be any miscommunication. Can? How many of you are working here? Some of you are students. FIFA is working. Some of you are students, I know. So this is how we make sure we have complete communication rather than miscommunication.
Kid, I have question.
Yes, please.
What tone that we need to use to talk with like general manager or top manager about our ideas, because we know that in the big company there are a managerial stage, right? So what tone of our suara to delegate the ideas, so people will not describe us or perspective to us, because sometimes we have ideas but we keep in our heart lah, because we think that wrong in that side, but we don't want to talk about it because afraid of perception, bias, we thinking about, oh ini nak bonus je lah, but it's for our goodness lah, like we know that system is not good for us, something like that.
Okay, hold on a second. Sekejap, FIFA, sekejap. Besides the soalan from FIFA, siapa lagi ada? Anybody else? Any comments? Any soalan? Tak ada? Okay, let's go back and do this exercise. This one. I ada 10 situation, FIFA. I ada 10 situation. There on the left is positive reaction. On the right is negative reaction. Look at thanking your friend for a lovely present. If you are going to thank your friend for a lovely present, you cakap macam mana? Everybody can volunteer. Go through and you can volunteer. Which one? If your friend gave you a present, how do you react to that? Hisham, how do you react to that? Mr. Ang, how do you react to it? Somebody give you a present, how do you react? Fadli, how do you react? Fahmi, how do you react?
I will be grateful, appreciate the gift.
How do you, supposing you are in front of your friend now, and your
Okay.
friend gave you a gold watch, how do you react to your friend?
Specific, just saying thanks, maybe, and then I don't know. I just use the watch immediately. It's a gold watch.
Okay, I know, but what do you say to your friend?
Thank you so much for the presents. I love it.
Okay, hold. Now somebody overtook you in a queue.
Oh wow. Okay.
So how do you say to that person? What do you say to that person?
Excuse me, sir. We have waited for a long time.
Ya ke, Fahmi? Ya ke?
I don't know. I'm being, try to be nice at first.
Okay, maybe Hisham. When somebody overtake you kat queue, what do you say? Cakap Melayu tak apa.
Excuse me, my queue, okay?
Can you see the difference in the suara, FIFA? You yourself know. When you thank your for your friend for a lovely present, suara beza tak daripada bila orang overtake you in a queue? Beza tak? Beza. So samalah. So when you are going to when you're going to tell your boss that this system needs to be upgraded ke apa ke, you gunalah suara yang sesuai. And actually, we all have 10 different voices.
True.
Yeah. So you must know which particular voice is suitable for that situation. That's why some people kata nanti nak practice kejap, practice. Dia nak practice guna suara yang macam ni. Dia nak practice suara yang macam ni. Understood, FIFA?
I will practice a lovely voice to my boss lah.
Yes, yes.
Hi boss, good
Yeah.
morning.
Yes, yes, yes. Nothing to do with bodek membodek. This is just nature, and this is just a basic psychology.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
But I don't want to be a volunteer to make a changes, but I fed up with everybody keep quiet. Don't want to make a changes, right? But changes must be done.
So you start lah. Why you don't you wait for another person wait for another person, wait for another person, dah 2023. Nothing happens. No. Go. Talk nicely. Imagine boss baru bagi a box of chocolate. Lepas tu cakap dengan boss, you know this system. Macam tu lah. Imagine positive reaction. Alright? Is that clear, Fifa?
Yeah, thank you. Keep.
Okay. All right. So we other people, that was a very good question, Fifa, because it happens to all of us. Okay. Other people, other question. Oh no, sorry, Fifa. Even if you have some more questions, you're most welcome. Emma, tak ada question ke Emma? Mana tadi? PZ, tak ada question ke? Miss Ang, tak ada question ke?
Tak ada. So far tak ada.
Clear Clear.
Clear.
Alright. Niza ada question ke Niza? Azam ada question ke Azam?
So far no.
Okay. Clear. Always remember when it comes to voice, 38% is the quality of the voice. So that is why when we are speaking different things, when we are speaking, if you are trying to sleep and then your neighbor's dog still barking, dah pukul 2 dah ni, still barking, and you got to wake up early tomorrow morning, then your suara beza tak kalau you are watching a beautiful sunset? Beza lah. Kalau this suara you marah dog barking at 2 o'clock tak beza daripada suara yang enjoying beautiful scenery, you are a robot. Alright. So this will indicate what suara you need to use, because it is audio and suara is 38%. So we must make sure we have a good balance on how our suara is to deal with different situations. You just imagine your everyday life. I'm sure you have different suara for different occasion. If your friend belanja you lunch, your suara different. If you're happy, your suara different. If you're angry, definitely your suara different. You want to marah, sure suara different. All right? Okay, yes. So we must make sure we know in what situation we are and which voice are we using. I am not encouraging you to go karaoke pula lah. But if you biasa menyanyi, you biasalah guna your different voices.
Madam Kids, I have one question.
Yes.
For example, I have some so-called morning meeting with my staff. So normally we have several of project to highlight. So some project maybe have a good result or performance. So maybe I punya voice maybe okay, look at positive reaction. But sometimes my staff do a wrong thing. Is it I need to change my voice from positive to negative during the 1 hour punya meeting?
Oh, of
This is my
course.
question.
Tak payah tunggu 1 hour. Sekelip mata pun suara you berbeza.
Okay.
Kalau suara you sama je, katakan your staffnya nama Aida. Aida, your calculation is not correct. Macam gitu. Pasal you nak kata nak nice tadi. You mesti kata Aida, your calculation is not correct. Macam tu lah. Kalau nice je, Alah bos ni tak ada feeling, marah pun bunyi gitu. Tak apa, suka pun bunyi gitu. Tak boleh, you have to change. That's why Shakespeare kata the world is a stage. Shakespeare kata so since what 15th century Shakespeare kata the world is a stage and all of us are actors. One day we come in as a king, another day we come in as a servant, another day we come in as this, another day we come in as this. The world is a stage. So that's why Malay peribahasa kata boleh menyesuaikan diri ke tengah pun boleh, ke tepi pun boleh. So that is what you are asking me, Azam. Can you see, Azam?
Okay. Jadi dalam discussion mungkin ada several people kan. Tiba-tiba everybody have a good mood, tiba-tiba come to this task, tiba-tiba kita zap, kita tukar kita punya intonasi,
then they know you mean business, Azam. Kalau tidak, sama je.
Okay, understand.
Alright, okay, very good question.
Right, thank you.
Alright, other people ada question lagi ke?
Hi, saya ada question.
Ya, Fadli.
Question saya lebih kurang macam se-Azam tadilah ya. Saya punya soalan adalah, tapi se-Azam dia dengan staff dia. Saya pula dengan staff saya juga. Normally we meeting, tapi saya ni middle leader lah. So I have another 4 or 5 leader lain yang akan bercakap ataupun give kita panggil apa, taklimat lah, briefing. Okay, so katalah leader number 1 happy sampai number 3, and then during my turn yang saya punya expectation untuk dia orang punya projek tu contohnya tidak memuaskan hati. Do I have to also happy juga ke ataupun nak kena tunjuk marah? Ataupun orang lain marah, middle leader lain marah, tapi saya punya bahagian happy ataupun semuanya performer semua okay. Do I have to marah juga ke, nak happy ke macam mana? How do I control the situation dengan between the others dengan my staff?
No, dia bukan a situation of control your situation. It's a situation of declaring your situation. So walaupun you rasa-rasa nak marah, orang number 1 dah okay, number 2 dah okay, number 3 dah okay, number 4 tak okay. Tapi sebelum you jadi tak okay tu, you mukadimah lah sikit. You katalah, team 1, team 2, team 3 did very well. But unfortunately, barulah naik suara tukar jadi unhappy voice tu. Janganlah terus-terus memberontak aja. Dia ada tone up lah. Macam tu, Fadli. Boleh?
Okay, alright. Thank you.
Faham dia punya
nak main dengan situation tu lah kan.
Itu yang orang Melayu kata, ke tengah pun boleh, kalau nak cari menantu, ke tengah pun boleh, ke tepi pun boleh. Macam ni lah. Ada masanya kita on, okay. Ada masanya bila no good is no good lah. You tak boleh nak pretend lah benda tu good. Betul?
Betul. Thank you. So, macam you cakap tadi lah, the world is a stage tu yang saya suka tu. So sometimes we have to be king, sometimes we have to be peasant and so on lah.
Yes.
Alright, thank you, madam.
Yes, alright. Okay, lagi soalan before we break for tea. Kalau yes, Hisham.
Madam, saya dah share je lah. Saya ada kawan, dia ada subordinate, dia ada staff bawah dia. Cumanya dia ni jenis macam mana nak cakap dia jenis senada. Dia memang ada perasaan marah, tetapi macam mana dia nak express marah tu susah. Dia simpan je. Staff tak betul lagi tu ini pun dia tak boleh nak express macam mana dia nak marah. Tak nampak sangat, melainkan kejap lagi dia cerita dia tak berhati lagi tu ini. Tapi dia nak tengking, nak marah, nak tunjuk.
Macam ni cerita dia, Syam. Kita nak marah ni tak payah tunggu tengking. Kita cakap elok-elok ni pun kita susup, jarum tajam-tajam pun marah juga. Bukan maksudnya orang tu nak kena tengking baru marah, tak. Nada suara tu pun perkataan elok-elok je. Tapi nada suara tu dah lain, and your friend ni dangerous tau. Sebab dia di depan dia tak cakap, dia cakap belakang. Betul tak?
Betul.
Very dangerous for him. Nothing to do with you. Very dangerous for him. Because lama-lama dia banyak-banyak, dia tak compartmentalize. Obviously, Dia tak compartmentalize. Kalau dia compartmentalize dah over dah. Ni ada lagi. Dia lama-lama bertimbun-timbun nanti tu. So, I have a cousin. Marah pun bunyi gitu, tak marah pun bunyi gitu. Tapi perkataan yang guna tu macam bom. Dia marah tak ada. Marah ke, tak marah ke, sama. Tapi perkataan yang guna tu menusuk kalbu. Faham? Bila dia cakap, we all pun macam tu. Okay?
Okay.
Boleh faham Faham.
Faham, terima kasih.
Orang lain?
Madam Kit.
Yes.
Before this, I also have experience working with a superior.
Yes, Paisy.
Okay, before this, I've experienced working with a superior. The thing is, her turnover is very high. She always interview for a new candidate. Because she just joined for a year, but many people also don't like to work under her. Because compare her to the previous manager, right? The previous manager easier to work with. And always when she scold you, it's not your fault. It's not your fault, and she always like to scold you. That's why people don't like to work with her, and it's very stressful to work with her. So how do you work? How to work well with a person like this?
How to work well with a person like this? Can we take a break first, and then we come back after our coffee break? Then I explain to you.
Okay, thank you.
Boleh ya? Alright guys, kita coffee break for berapa lama Syah? 15 minutes Syah?
Madam Kit on.
Okay. Isham in, Azam in. Isham, are you in Isham? Okay. Now, Paisy, right? Okay, Paisy, right? Paisy, are you here? Okay, it's like this, Paisy punya situation tu is not, you see, communication is not just Merabian. Okay, just now we did Merabian, right? One thing that makes our communication right is making sure we understand Merabian 55-38-7. And not only that, we also need to understand communication. We also need our 5 deria ni tadi. VCOG, we need our VCOG. Also, in our communication, it depends on the person. Alright, the person. Orang tu, pendirian orang tu. Paisy, are you back? Ni dia punya question.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. So the next thing we need to understand is the person, the personality of the person. Personality cakap Melayu apa ya? Pendirian, bukan pendirian. Apa Azam?
Pendirian.
Character. Maybe character, maybe pendirian. So the next thing is hang on to your question, ya Paisy. Yours is a massive, complex question, because we are not only talking about the way they communicate, we are also talking the way they communicate according to their personality. So personality is a study which has been done long years ago. So what we are dealing now is engaging with our bosses, with our colleagues, with our subordinates, with our vendors and people around us. How do we communicate with people around us? But how do we go about it? We must understand, in 300 BC, there was this old philosopher by the name of Hippocrates. Hippocrates said, dia kata, manusia ni, personality dia berbeza-beza. Tapi kita boleh groupkan personality itu into 4 groups. 4 groups ni maksudnya we can compare the personality of the people, dunia base, sama ada dia tu macam burung merak jantan. Peacock is burung merak jantan. Kalau peahen burung merak betina. Kalau Kalau burung merak saja, peafowl. And then number 2, karakter-karakter kita ni yang menentukan cara kita berkomunikasi dengan orang lain will be whether macam eagle, helang. Nombor 3 depends on karakter kita, boleh dikenali macam burung pungguk. Kalau tidak saya kata burung hantu, burung pungguk. Nombor 4, karakter kita ni boleh macam burung merpati. Alright, 4 different characters. So, sebelum kita pergi situ, tiap-tiap orang yang kat sini ni tolong tulis your kekuatan 5 and your kelemahan also tulis 5. Go and write down now individually. 5 kekuatan and 5 kelemahan. Kekuatan, for example, I pandai bercakap. That's a kekuatan. Or kelemahan pula, I don't know, I think I don't like to talk to people lah. I prefer to do work. Itu maybe you think it's a kekuatan, maybe other people think it's a kelemahan. Now tulis, senaraikan 5 kekuatan and 5 kelemahan. Kan? Write down your strengths, 5 strengths and 5 weaknesses. You have to write down because as we go through nanti you realize you kata itu kekuatan, actually is kelemahan. You kata itu kelemahan, actually is kekuatan. Go and write down now. I give you 5 minutes. All right, everybody done?
Done.
Done.
Done. Okay, very good. Can you hear me clearly or not? Suddenly it says here my line unstable. All right. Was it easy? Boleh, can hear FIFA?
I can hear clearly.
Okay. Was it easy to write your strengths or was it easy to write your weaknesses? Which one?
Difficult.
Weaknesses. Weaknesses.
Weaknesses. That was why I gave you 5 minutes. And some people in 5 minutes accomplish. Strengths ada, weaknesses pun ada. Some people strength, okay. Bila nak weaknesses, oh, mana? Macam tak ada je. Right? We are just human. Right? Hold on to your list. Paisley, you're done? Fahmi, you're done?
Yes, madam, I done both of my strength and weakness.
Very good. Din, are you done? Din, dah siap, Din?
Dah siap. Tapi,
Dah.
Tapi tak cukup 5 lah. 3 sahaja.
Yang mana yang 3 tu weaknesses ke strength?
Dua-dua sama.
Oh, ya ke? Noraza, siap? Noraza, Iza, siap Iza?
Siap lah.
5 sana, 5 sini, gitu?
4 kekuatan, 6 kelemahan.
Oh, okay. Siapa lagi? Paisley, are you done, Paisley? Paisley?
Yeah.
5 strengths, 5 weaknesses. Okay. Now, and whether peacock ke, eagle ke, owl ke, pigeon ke, semua ada in our forum of friends, among our friends, in the office ke, in the social friends ke, we have all these birds among us. Now, what's so special about the birds? You tengok je si peacock ni. You tengok je peacock. Okay. In this picture, the peacock is just this color. But in real life, peacock warna apa? Oh, you all ni pernah tengok ke burung merak jantan ni? Ke you tengok gambar je? Isham, pernah tengok ke?
Pernah.
Di mana? Dalam TV ke real life? Dekat
Zoo.
Taman Burung KL banyak cantik-cantik.
Ya, betul.
Alright. So orang yang macam peacock ni, kita describe dia dengan 3 perkataan ni je. 3 perkataan ya. Loud, open and fun. Orang peacock, loud. That means bila dia bercakap tu dia auto je volume dia up. And then dalam bahasa Inggeris bila kata loud ni bukan setakat suara je kuat. Dia bila pakai baju mesti warna terang-derang. Jauh lagi kita dah oh tu dianya dah sampai dah. Macam tu. Warna merah ke, warna orange ke, warna hijau ke, tak kira lah what color. Tapi the color is very terang-derang. That's loud. Kalau orang perempuan pula, dia bawa handbag warna merah and besar and berat. I explain why berat later. Number 2, dia open. Duduk sebelah dia baru 5 minit, dia dah cerita dah. Tok nenek dia dulu datang dari China. Dia punya sampan ke, kapal ke, terlanggar dekat Kota Baru. Itu sebab saudara dia ramai kat Kota Baru. Dia ceritalah semua ni, dia cerita. Tapi in our mind, kalau my children, dia kata, TMI, mami. Too much information. And not relevant. To you lah, not relevant. Pada dia semua okey je. Because dia ni selalu cerita-cerita, Fahmi ni dia dah kenal lah orang yang macam peacock ni. Bila dia dah cerita-cerita kita.
Yeah, remind me of someone in my circle.
And they are fun people. Right? They are fun people. So one category of people in our environment, loud, open, and fun. Now that was the peacock. That was the peacock. Opposite the peacock is this one. So kalau ada loud, open, and fun, so dia opposite be quiet lah kan? Quiet, close, and no fun. And kategori quiet, close, and no fun ni kita bagi dekat si owl, burung. Some people don't like lah bila I sebut burung hantu, tapi burung pungguk dengan burung hantu ni sepupu. Right? So people who are like the owl, they are quiet. Dia tak suka cakap. Pasal apa dia tak suka cakap? Pasal apa karakteristik burung hantu ke burung pungguk ni quiet? Agak-agaknya lah burung pungguk dengan burung hantu ni dia keluar bila? When do they come out?
Malam.
Malam. Bila dia keluar malam-malam, siapa lagi keluar malam-malam?
Tikus.
Kalau tikus, jadi mangsa dia lah. Dia makanlah tikus tu. Lagi?
Hantu.
Snake.
Snake pun burung pungguk ni makan. Lagi?
Wolf, serigala.
Serigala keluar malam-malam Dia tak keluar siang-siang
Musang.
Musang. So generally binatang-binatang yang keluar malam-malam sama dengan burung hantu ni, burung hantu akan makan dia. Tapi dia tak bolehlah makan musang ni sebab musang besar. Tapi anything else possible semua dia makan. Jadi bila dia makan, dia berkawan dengan siapa? Tak ada kawan lah. Tak ada kawan lah. Itu sebab bila dia tak ada kawan, dia quiet lah. Dia nak cerita dengan siapa. So yang keluar malam-malam ni, either jadi mangsa dia ataupun tak berkawan dengan dia. Macam musang. Musang tak kawan dengan burung hantu, burung pungguk sebab musang di bawah. Burung hantu, burung pungguk atas pokok. So that is why they are quiet. So orang yang macam burung hantu ni, burung pungguk, burung hantu ni, definitely dia pakai baju pun warna yang entah, yang warna redup-redup. Orang tak nampak pun, orang tak kenal pun, tak tahu pun dia tu ada situ. Quiet. Number two, dia tak bercakap lah dengan siapa-siapa. Dia buat kerja dia je. For example, kalau dia makan katak. Katak pun keluar malam-malam tau. Bila dia makan katak tu ada tulang. Tulang dia ada large, medium and small. Dia akan susun, dia dah siap-siap daging katak tu dah habis dah. Dia akan susun tulang katak tu large kat sini, medium kat sini, small kat sini. Dia tak ada kawan. Dia banyak time. So dia buatlah kerja-kerja yang macam ni. And kalau dia tak berkawan, dia fun or no fun? Definitely no fun. Right? So people who are like the owl, probably kalau dalam office, you tengok dia tulis nama dia dekat pen, dia tulis nama dia dekat gunting, dia tulis nama dia dekat ruler, dia tulis nama dia merata-rata. Dia tak ada kawan, dia buat kerja je lah. Sama ada kerja tu bermanfaat, productive work or not, don't know. Tapi dia nampak sibuk all the time. But because dia banyak time, kindergarten pun pakai logo dia burung hantu kan? Kindergarten. You tertanya tak kenapa dia pakai logo burung hantu, pakai mortarboard? Kenapa? Ini tak ada cermin mata.
Harry Potter.
Pakai cermin mata macam Harry Potter. Yes. Because dia banyak masa, dia banyak membaca lah. Dia banyak ilmu lah. Dia banyak ilmu. Dia buat kerja, dia buat kerja. Dia tak ada kawan. Dia buat kerja. So can you see that the opposite of the peacock is the owl. Okay. Setakat ni ada soalan tak berkenaan dengan peacock dengan owl? Okay, and the peacock special and the owl specialty dia apa? Dia punya kepala boleh pusing 270 degrees. Dia punya kepala boleh pusing macam kepala dia, kita punya kepala boleh pusing kanan, boleh pusing kiri, 180 je lah. Dia boleh pusing sampai belakang 270 degrees. Dia tak boleh lah pusing 360 degrees, 270 degrees je. Alright? Okay. So the next bird we want to look at is the eagle. Eagle ni burung helang. Apa special about eagle? Apa special about eagle?
Can fly higher?
Very good. Eagle ada satu-satu burung. Kita punya awan ni ada bertingkat-tingkat. Awan this level hujan. Burung helang akan terbang atas, tinggi daripada awan yang hujan. Kalau hujan di this higher level, helang ni punya berani, dia boleh fly against the hujan. That's why kita guna perkataan ni untuk describe burung helang. Dia loud macam burung merak ni tadi. Dia open macam burung merak ni tadi. Tapi dia no fun. Why dia no fun? Sebab dia punya mulut tak ada insurance. Mulut dia laser. Kalau dia cakap dengan you bodoh, dia bukan setakat kata you bodoh. You bodoh macam babi buta. Rasa-rasanya macam mana? Kalau somebody tells you bodoh, bodoh macam babi buta. Or dia kata you dah tua, you bukan reti apa benda, you macam kaldai pencen. How do you feel? How do you feel if somebody says something like that?
Marah.
Marah. I rasa tomorrow.
Sarcastic.
Very sarcastic. Itu sebab I kata dia mulut dia laser. Mulut dia tak ada insurance. Dia not important to the eagle. It is not important whether dia cakap nicely or dia tak cakap not nicely. No important. Not important. Dia tak kira. Dia tak ada empathy. Can see or not? Dia tak ada empathy. Alright. And so we take the opposite of the burung helang. Opposite of the burung helang is the pigeon. Pigeon ni, dia tak pernah terbang sorang-sorang. Betul tak? Dia quiet kalau dia sorang. Dia pun tak banyak cerita. Tapi sebab dia terbang beramai-ramai, dia fun. Okay. Now, I am introducing to you 3 main words. Just for the peacock, supaya kita senang ingat. Loud, open, fun. Opposite, quiet, close, no fun. And then you take the eagle, loud, open, no fun. Opposite, quiet, close, but fun. Manakala the eagle is strategic. You want a leader who is like the eagle. Because the eagle fly very high and can see everything around him. Itu sebab dia bila kata you ni bodoh. Dah kerja sini 25 tahun. Tapi tak tahu apa benda. Bodoh. Macam, I don't know the Malay expression. Macam, I only use this lah. Macam babi buta. Bodoh macam babi buta. And
bodoh macam tak ada otak.
Bodoh macam tak ada otak. Yes, bodoh macam tak ada otak. Kau ni ada otak tak? Kau tak ada otak lah. Kau bodoh. Bodoh macam tak ada otak. Macam tu lah. And then opposite dia is the pigeon. Pigeon ni pula, dia mana reti terbang tinggi-tinggi. Dia boleh terbang jauh-jauh. Because remember at one time kita guna pigeon ni sebagai postman. Dia pandai tu. Dia boleh terbang jauh-jauh, very good memory. That one, kepala dia pun kecil je. Jadi dia punya sayap macam not proportionate to the body. So, opposite of the eagle yang yang laser ni tadi is the pigeon. Where the eagle ni strategic, because dia terbang tinggi-tinggi, dia boleh nampak everything, dia boleh nampak situation macam ni, gini. Dia terbang tinggi-tinggi, the eagle is so clever. Ikan yang berenang dalam laut tu, dia boleh sambil dia terbang, sambil ikan tu berenang, dia boleh tangkap. Terror ke tak terror? Where the eagle boleh buat perkara-perkara macam tu, si pigeon ni tak bolehlah buat. So they are all opposite of each other. Pigeon ni dia tak boleh buat decision. Itu sebab dia terbang ramai-ramai sekali. So satu pigeon kata kita pergi kiri, okeylah kita pergi kiri. Satu pigeon kata kita pergi kanan, oh kita pergi kanan. Oh kita pergi sini. Dia kena group consensus. Baru dia boleh buat decision. So, when we have different sort of people around us yang ada personality yang macam gini, kita kena adjust lah diri kita. Pezi, this is where you come in. Kena adjust diri kita. Kalau orang tu berperangai macam peacock, dan kita berinteraksi dengan dia selalu, kira-kiranya kita pun macam peacock. Tapi untuk mendapatkan harmoni, kalau dua-dua jadi peacock, apa akan berlaku? Imagine dalam satu rumah tu suami pun peacock, isteri pun peacock. What will happen?
Riuh rendah.
Riuh rendah. Okay, riuh rendah. Sama juga. Kalau dalam family tu dua-dua eagle, tak nak mengalah. Dua-dua eagle. I betul. Seorang lagi kata I betul. Jadi what will happen in the house?
Harmoni lah. Dingin. Semua nak betul.
Tegang.
Bukan dingin. Tegang. Apa itu? Perang lah. I betul. Perang. Bayangkan pula, kalau dua-dua burung pungguk dalam rumah tu. Dua-dua pungguk. Neighbours tanya, dia orang dah pindah ke? Tak pernah dengar apa-apa pun. Sebab dua-dua tak bercakap. Okay? Imagine lah pula, kalau dua-dua dalam rumah tu burung merpati. What will happen? Bang, kita pergi shopping kat pavilion. No darling, I follow I agak-agak I nak pergi shopping kat Mid Valley. Jadi shopping ke tak jadi shopping? Tak jadilah. Sebab dua-dua cannot make up their mind nak pergi pavilion ke nak pergi Mid Valley. Pavilion ke Mid Valley, cannot make up. So that is why when we are interacting with people, we must understand people. We must understand. Then only we can reach a decision, and then only ada harmoni. Ada soalan? Pezi, can you see the picture already, Pezi?
Yeah.
Can
Yes.
So what we learn in communication, dia bukan Merabian sahaja. Merabian 58-38-7 tu plus the VCOG plus the personality. Kalau we can apply all this together when we are communicating with people, then we can achieve what we that means our message will be clear. Ken, is that clear or not?
Kid, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Okay. If lah this about personality, I take another example. If leader like CEO under him is COO, only age 25, and the others manager is more older. What personality that suit him? Because because usually pengalaman experience good the skill, but at a young age they give a power, right? So I that scenario happened in my company, but I don't respond to it because I take it as my experience to see how the leadership in my company to deal with somebody that more younger to give instruction to company development.
Okay. This one is management skill.
Hmm.
So it doesn't matter. When you are young, when you just join the company, maybe you are a pigeon. But then when you become manager, you must change your personality so that people will listen to you. Betul. And when you become manager, your skill and your knowledge semua dah expanded kan? So you don't stay just as one. You go up. As you go higher up, you have more skill and more knowledge. It doesn't matter whether you are 25 or 52. It doesn't matter. As long as you have the knowledge and you have the skill. No problem. Tak kira. If that person young kena bagi instruction to an older person, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It is what your skill. Maybe yang umur 25 ni, dia punya pemikiran berkenaan dengan yang lebih matang daripada orang yang 52 ni tadi. So it doesn't matter, FIFA. It doesn't matter. Knowledge, skill, experience. Now, I can tell you, you are working in ordinary company and you are working in a consultation company. Consultant company, PwC ke, KPMG ke, that sort of company. If you are working in PwC, KPMG, your 1 year of working in the other company, his 1 year, he is working 1 year in KPMG, is equivalent to your 3 years working in your company. Can see or not the difference? So if the person is so much younger, dia head of mana ke, head itu, head ini, it doesn't matter. As long as have the knowledge and have the skill. Because when you work in a consultation company, you go through everything compared to another person who is just working in accounting or is just working in marketing. So you have to go through everything. You're working as a consultant, you have to do A sampai Z. Semua you kena buat. Whereas if you are just working in the accounting department, you only know accounting lah. Even though you are head of accounting, you only know accounting. You still will not know how to do project, for example. Faham?
Understand.
Okay. All right. Okay. Other questions? Okay. So in your notes, I have put here different goals, roles, and directions. Kalau dia peacock, burung yang bulu berwarna-warni ni tadi, dia star. Kalau kita buat movie, dia sekarang ni star siapa? Era Fazira gitu. Ke ada orang lain dah? I punya knowledge berkenaan dengan movie-movie ni setakat era Fazira aje. Kalau star, era Fazira. Kalau director, Yusof Haslam. Or Syamsul Yusof, dia director sekarang. Syamsul Yusof. Kalau producer, you kenal tak producer tu siapa? You don't know.
SK Production.
Somebody in the background. Tak tahu siapa, entah. Adalah producer, tapi tak tahulah nama. Tapi kita tahu nama star dia. Kita tahu Era Fazira lah. Sorry, my example is Era Fazira. Kita tahulah director Yusof Aslam, but producer entah siapa-siapa. Kita ni pula, kita jadi audience. Kita beramai-ramai ni kita jadi audience. That is goals. Goals. In terms of roles, kalau dia peacock, dia popular. Siapa-siapa pun kenal dia. Ataupun dia berusaha dengan sekuat hati nak jadi popular. Macam tu. Eagle pula, dia power. Dia tak kira lah dia popular ke, dia tak popular ke, tak kira lah. Tapi dia nak power. Apa-apa yang dia buat mesti for power. Nombor 3, when you talk about the burung pungguk, dia perfect. Antara burung-burung yang kat sini ni, the owl is the only bird di mana mata dia depan macam manusia. Burung lain semua tepi. Itu sebab bila kita compare burung-burung tu dengan kita, dengan manusia, kita consider owl tu perfect lah, macam kita lah, mata kat depan. That's why the word that we use to describe the owl is perfection. Right? Perfection. And burung pigeon pula, siapa ni? Where is Mr. Ang? Mr. Ang, you Buddhist or not? Are you a Buddhist?
Free thinker.
Free thinker, okay. What about Paisy? Are you a Buddhist?
No, I am not a Buddhist.
Okay. Because I am going to talk about if you are a Buddhist, if you go to the Buddhist temple, always you see people release pigeon. Always release pigeon. Because they are praying for peace. They are praying for peace of mind, peace of body, peace of world peace. So the pigeon always represents calmness and peace. All right. So these are the words that you describe for the peacock, eagle, owl, and pigeon, peace. And in fact, United Nations pun dia punya emblem pigeon juga. Right? While directions with you, when you deal with the peacock, is always happy, happy, happy. The happy way. For example, if you are in a party and then somebody suddenly come, then dia angkat tangan, dia senyum je kat semua orang, dia smile at everybody, angkat tangan sana, angkat tangan sini, hi here, hi, 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 hi. That one pure peacock. Because after that person leaves, and then everybody will, tadi siapa yang angkat tangan say hello hello tu? I thought you know her. Oh, I thought you know her. You know, actually nobody knows her. Tapi dia easy angkat tangan sana, angkat tangan sini. That's a peacock. And then that's the happy way. Dia tak kira lah you know her ke, you don't know her ke. Janji dia dapat angkat tangan. When you are dealing with the peacock, we are dealing with the eagle. Paisy, this is yours. You do it my way or you take the highway. Understand? You do it my way or you take the highway. Paisy, this is your situation. When you're dealing with the owl, do the right way. Tak boleh langgar undang-undang. Must follow instruction. Do the right way. Whereas, if you are with the pigeon, you do the easy way lah. Yang senang je. Tak payah buat susah-susah. Buat yang senang je. This will be the people, when they have an assignment to do, asalkan buat sudahlah. Pigeon Kalau peacock pula, tak tentu assignment tu siap ke tidak. Because they're very busy socializing. But eagle sure siap punya. Owl lebih-lebih pula dia buat. Okay. So that is why the next thing is we must understand the peacock and the eagle are natural leaders. Natural leaders means they pandai communicate and they influence people easily. They are natural leaders. Manakala the dove or the pigeon and the owl, they are followers. Because these two, the peacock and the eagle, they can make decisions. They can make decisions easily. They make good decisions. They are leaders. But dove ni dia ikut je. Oh, kita pergi makan McDonald's. Okay. Dah dekat-dekat sampai McDonald's. Alah, I change my mind lah. I think I want to eat at KFC lah. Oh, okay. Dove ni ikut je. Owl, no decision. Kau dia busy working. That is why in terms of time management, the owl is terrible. Because dia buat kerja je. Dia buat kerja, janji kerja best. Dia tak kira on time ke, tak on time ke, dia tak kira. Yang will be on time will be the eagle. Si peacock ni pun tak on time Dia socialize. Dia busy. That is why I said just now, kalau perempuan handbag dia besar, warna merah and heavy. Because ini dah bulan 8 kan. Tiket-tiket apa ke, rapper apa ke daripada bulan Januari tu, dia belum clear lagi daripada handbag sebab dia busy socializing. So that is why kalau assignment by the peacock tak tentu siap. Assignment by the eagle confirm siap. Assignment by the owl siap. Assignment by the dove maybe. Right? And the next thing is people who are peacock and dove, they are relationship oriented. Sure ada kawannya. Sure ramai kawan. Whereas people who are eagle and owl, they are work oriented. They work very hard. They are very clever. They work very hard. Can you see where you are? If you compare, if you go and use your check on strengths and weaknesses tadi, boleh tak? Go and check.
Can.
Okay.
Can.
You go and check your strengths and your weaknesses tadi. Mana? Ada tak peacock? Ada tak eagle? Ada tak dove? Ada tak owl?
Kate, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
In your opinion and experience, based your opinion and experience, which one leader that the best, peacock or eagle? Because
eagle.
Too much socialized in a company is not good. Because for me, talk important matter only for me lah.
No, I just asked you to check now because there is something called combination personality.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So we are not standalone. We are not just peacock or eagle or owl or dove. Cannot. We must have a balance. We must understand. If the time comes that we have to lead people, then we become like this. There are times that we have to work with people, we become like this. Peribahasa Melayu tu apa? Ada masa untuk main, ada masa untuk bekerja. Ada tak? Isham, peribahasa apa tu? Simpulan bahasa ke peribahasa? Ada masanya kita main, ada masanya kita kerja. Barulah ada combination.
True.
Right? But when it comes to decision making, when it comes to serious work, you must be task oriented, decisive, you are organized, you are goal oriented. So which means that kalau kita ada leader yang peacock, Evelyn tulis, there must be a work-life balance. So if there is a balance, then kita happy lah. Asyik kerja je, cannot be happy. Betul tak? So we must have a combination. So jangan sekali-kali, there are people out there yang pernah buat this personality ni, it's you and I'm just doing it very short with you. This can be a 2-day class, this can be a 5-day class. there are some people in the long class, we have a questionnaire. When you do the questionnaire, suddenly you realize you are, katakan you are a peacock. So the description for the peacock will be loud, open and fun. And then people go to you and say, you ni cakap kuat sangat lah. Always cakap kuat-kuat. Masuk masjid pun cakap kuat-kuat, pelan lah sikit. Tapi that person kata, I can't peacock. I memang cakap kuat-kuat. No, that's wrong. That's definitely very, very wrong. Okay, you must be balanced lah. Bila kita ke Padang, kita jerit lah kuat-kuat sampai anak lidah keluar. Tapi bila kita dalam masjid, kita cakap bisik-bisik lah. Kita kena hormat lah. So the key word is hormat. You must suit your different situation. Itu yang kalau nak pilih menantu, biarlah yang boleh bawa ke tengah and bawa ke tepi. Mr. Ang, you understand or not? Boleh bawa ke tengah and boleh bawa ke tepi. Alright, is that clear? FIFA, is that clear?
Understand.
Okay. I takut sometimes I use peribahasa, so caplang and then I want to explain to you. But if you understand, I feel good. Alright? So we must have a combination. So sometimes we have to lead people. Example, a man at home, he will lead the family. But when he goes to the office, he has a lady manager who is younger than him. That means he has to follow lah. Suka tak suka, follow lah, because she's the manager, what? She makes your decisions for you. So we play different roles, right? So that's why just now I said, William Shakespeare said, all the world's a stage. All the men and women merely players. They have their exits and entrances. And one man in his time plays many parts. His acts being 7 ages. Maybe you have 7 different roles. Alright? Okay, ada soalan? I think Buddha also says the same thing. Buddha says you are like water. You should be able to fit yourself in the different forms according to the vessel. If the vessel is round, that means you become round lah, like the vessel. If the vessel is tall, that means the water become tall lah. So you must be like the water. Right? Okay, soalan. No soalan? Okay. So even though we have all these different personalities, even though we already know about 55, 38, 7, we also know about VACOG. Now, these are 3 very strong principles in communication. Face-to-face communication. And when you are talking to people, these are very strong knowledge. And you once it's knowledge, after you have knowledge, you develop it into a skill, so that whenever you have to communicate with people, you get these things all in your head, and then when you communicate with people, you know how to adjust yourself so that people will understand you. All right, any questions? Okay. If you don't have any questions, I go backwards. Okay. Just now you did this, VACOG, Now, also, VACOG, this is just additional information. When you want people to understand, you make them say and do. That's why when you did your group work just now, it was say and do. We talk to each other. And then how do you remember? You see and do. When you see and you do, you remember, right? So the next thing is, we must understand, even though you have all this, you have Merabian, you have VACOG, you have personality. These are three things that help you to do your communication. But sometimes there are still things that cause you to have miscommunication or no communication. All right. One of those things is the use of technical language. Not everybody can understand technical language. Right? Who can give me an example of technical language? Fahmi, you are in what industry, Fahmi?
Actually, I just graduated 4 months ago.
Okay.
And then my majoring was chemical engineering.
Okay. So maybe Fahmi punya brain itu wired to formula, betul tak Fahmi?
Yes.
Okay. So kalau Fahmi suddenly cakap, Fahmi cakap sikit Fahmi yang technical sikit Fahmi.
Random numbers.
Okay.
Fluid dynamics.
Okay. Oh, fluid dynamics. That one I'm a bit familiar. Okay.
Okay.
Kalau Fahmi kata fluid dynamics, how many of us understand? Maybe we don't understand lah. So if Fahmi carry on talking about in a language that is called jargon, then probably we don't understand. So it becomes a barrier. That means what message Fahmi wants to talk to all of us like, Fahmi explain lagi lah. So
yes, need to elaborate more.
Yes, because we don't understand. That is jargon. Tapi if Fahmi is among all his chemical engineers, they all talk fluid dynamics, they all understand. All right. So when we communicate with people, we have to understand what is their level of understanding. If we are not sure, then we use layman's language. All right. Isham, what industry are you in, Isham? Isham. What
Hospital.
Oh, hospital.
Yeah.
Lagi payah. Okay. Kalau hospital, apa benda yang pelik, yang definitely, you cakap hospital pun I dah suddenly jam dah otak I. Apa technical? Maybe sanitizer 90% apa benda ke, ya tak?
Ya, betul.
So same. So it's to Hisham is makanan lah. But he talks to people like me, talks to everybody else. I nganga je lah Hisham, tak?
Ya.
Okay.
Example ONG. ONG ni refer kepada gynae lah.
Okay.
Term macam tu lah.
Dia sebut ONG. Kita ONG apa benda? Alright. Pezi, what industry are you in, Pezi?
Industry. In the hotel.
Hotel, okay. Hotel pun ada their special terms. Any specific term that you think we won't understand? Your hotel term lah.
Hotel term so far there's no jargon lah.
No jargon lah. Okay.
Tak ada.
Okay. So, lah, because hotel they have to deal with a lot of public. So that is why number one, don't talk technical with people. Talk layman's language. Right? Number one, talk layman's language. So for example, okay, if I said visual, auditory, kinesthetic, olfactory, gustatory, hard. But if I say see, hear, touch, smell, and taste, easier. Correct not? So similarly, this visual, auditory, kinesthetic, olfactory, and gustatory, a bit on the jargon language. But see, one of the first words that we learn, hear, touch, smell, taste, so much simpler. Betul? So that is what is jargon. right? So the next thing is emotional barriers and taboos. In the world, universally speaking, there are 4 topics you never talk unless you are talking to your closest friend. The 4 topics are religion. Just now, I just asked Ang and Pezi, religion. I just asked. I wasn't talking about it. I just asked. Religion, politics, sex, and wealth. These are 4 topics you never talk with anybody unless that person is very close to you. Okay. So similarly, for example, in my class, up front, I tell everybody, these are 4 no topics, right? No topics. You cannot talk about these topics at all unless you are very close to them, unless you are at a political rally and your topic to talk about is politics. Then that one suka hati you lah. Or you are at a religious camp and you are talking about the religion. That one yours lah. You go and talk. The other one, sex, you don't talk about sex with anybody. And you don't talk about wealth. Oh, my handbag is first class LV from Korea. In the first place, if you say first class LV from Korea, haram already because it is fake. It is imitation. You must buy original, right? For all the reasons in the world. No need. If you are kaya, people know you kaya. You don't have to tell people you kaya, right? So we don't talk about wealth. Number 3, another reason is lack of attention. You don't pay attention because it's not interesting for you. Number 4, differences in viewpoint. That's why you don't do the 4 topics, because differences in viewpoint. Number 5, physical disabilities. I mean, you got hearing problems or you have speech problems. Number 6, physical barrier. Physical barrier, maybe there's a wall in front of you and you're trying to talk to the other person, the person on the other side. Number 7, language differences. Number 8, expectations and prejudices. You expect something else, come out something else. You are prejudiced. Oh, sure, don't know anything one. This one talk money. And number 9, cultural differences. All right. Now, I want you to go back to your groups. There are 9 here. You just pick up 2 and elaborate, because I am sure you have gone through a breakdown in communication for various reasons. If the reasons are here, you can pick this one up. Otherwise, you can tell your own story why there was a breakdown in communication. Is that okay? How long do you need? Isham, how long do you need? Discussion on breakdown of communication. How long do you need, Azam? Or Mr. Ang?
5 minutes.
How many minutes?
Maybe 5.
5 minutes. All right. Mr. Ang, how many minutes do you want? Mr. Ang.
Yeah, 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay. I am a bit generous lah, huh? I give you 7 minutes. Okay. What are you supposed to do? You are supposed to discuss a situation where there was a breakdown in communication, or where there was a barrier in communication when the message cannot be delivered. All right. And you discuss among yourself. There's 5 of you in the group, and then you pick out one, and you pick out the worst one lah, and then you will tell the story, and then we will come back and analyze. Right? So I give you, 10 minutes inside the room, Evie, because now it's 11:51 until 12 o'clock. Boleh, Evie?
Yes.
Room until 12 o'clock. If
Okay.
Random room also can, same room also can, no problem. Okay, you can enter. Yeah. Azam, why you not in the room yet? Khairunisa, why you not in the room yet?
The leaf is there just now.
Oh, I see. I don't know why I got tummy ache this morning lah.
Something wrong.
I go with the while.
Okay. Yes.
Who is the host?
I am the host. Anything?
Anybody can talk lah.
Can talk.
Okay. For me, the barrier of communication is perception and point of view.
You hold on. You all discuss first. Later we go out and discuss with kids.
Okay, you ready? Which room wants to start reporting first? Wow, very quiet ah.
Madam Kate, you select, you pick up.
Oh, you make me eager lah. Room 1.
Ruang Cik Azam.
Okay, kalau rumah tadi kita dah discuss, kita minta Puan Izzah lah try. Last time Cik Hisham saya dah cakap. Kita minta Puan Izzah lah throughout our discussion tadi. Silakan Puan Izzah.
Ada. Saya try.
Boleh.
Okay. Barrier communication ni pilih number 1, the use of jargon. Maksudnya banyak bidang yang menggunakan technical language. Contohnya macam bahagian medical tak faham bahagian mechanical macam tu. So dia akan jadi miss sebab kita berkawan dengan ramai orang. Ada yang dari bidang medical, ada yang dari bidang management, ada yang kawan dari bidang engineering macam tu. So kadang ada juga kita akan bercakap dengan term-term teknikal macam tu. Tapi bila orang yang tak faham tu dia macam blur, tak tahu apa. So dia macam jadi satu barrier lah untuk bercakap macam tu.
Especially kadang-kadang orang suka guna pakai short form.
Betul.
Betul.
Dia kata ENT, apa benda lah pula ENT ni. Alright, very good. Okay, anything else?
Cuma yang tadi tambah sikit lah Madam Kate. Tadi contoh kita cakap ada berlaku juga miscommunication ataupun barrier. Contohnya dalam meeting, contohnya dalam meeting biasanya kita bercakap, kita tak tahu audience apa. Biasa kita gunakan short form. Contohnya kita kata petang ni kita akan meeting kaitan dengan GPT. GPT tu apa?
Saya pun nak tanya GPT tu apa?
So meeting ni adalah GPT ni merujuk kepada vendor gas Pantai Timur kan. Jadi yang certain people je know about it kan, bukan semua orang tahu. Jadi tengok audience dia siapa jugalah. Okay, itu je.
Okay, very good. Itu je from room 1. Okay, room 2.
Okay, hello. Back to me again, Fahmi here. So I would like to, I would like to open if any group member other than me would like to take here. Is there anyone? Is there anyone 1? Is there anyone 2? Is there anyone 3? Okay, no one. Me again. All right. So we discussed on our experience and we try to relate them from with the 9 points here, and then somehow point number 3 picked our interest.
Number 3.
Lack of attention. Yes. So the experience from student, he make a good point, I would say. The reason we are not how do I say? The reason we are in lack of intention towards the conversation was due to sometimes the topic or the discussion point is not our role of work, not from our interest as well. So it might be like, since it's not like the thing I'm going to do, so what would I bother, right? So something like that.
Betul lah. Why should, yes, carry on, yes.
Okay, so another experience shared by Mr. Ang here. Okay, sometimes people in their own circumstances, right? They may be busy, they may be like have something in their hands at the moment, so they can't really paying their attention to the what people are saying. And if we can't paying some attentions, it's just normal, right? We have a lack of information that eventually leading to the barrier in our communications.
Correct.
So and then we also pick an interest on language differences, which is point number 7. Honestly, I didn't make it to jot down on what they say, but I can really relate on my my experience or my insight, I would say.
Okay.
So in my point of view, okay, I learned Japanese language back in my universities. So Japanese has their own way to not way to say, I would say different lah. Let's say if we in Malay we said we going to take a medicine, in Malay we simply cakap makan ubat, right? But in Japan they don't really cakap makan ubat. They say they drink the medicines.
Oh.
Minum ubat. Even though the benda tu tablet, even though benda tu sort of like injection macam apa, ubat insulin kan. So they just simply say I drink the medicine lah. Literally mean drink the medicines.
I see. I see.
And then if we say like we hungry, right? So we say my stomach is making a fuss. No, I mean like hungry lah, hungry, right? In normal, even Melayu pun cakap lapar, right? But in Japanese they said that their stomach is making a literally translate making a fuss. My stomach is hurt, you know. In Malay or in another language, it's referring to another meaning, right? It's like you are having cerit-berit or whatnot.
Yes.
So the language difference here really making an impact towards the communication I want to portray here. So that would be all from my team. My team. If any group member would like to add on, feel free so. Thanks.
Anyone from group 2?
Okay dah, saya rasa dah cukup dah.
Okay, thank.
Banyak lah. Kalau nak elaborate 1 hingga 9 ni sebenarnya ada, tapi banyak sangat lah.
Easy way out Okay. Alright. Okay.
Look forward for team 3. Thanks.
Okay. Room 3. Room 3. Room 3, FIFA, Pezi, and Kaironisa. Anybody? Room 3?
Okay. I will discuss about this. Just now we discussed a few barrier. Because they were given some point, but I will discuss about language differences.
Okay.
Because I came from a hotel industry.
Yeah.
So the guests from China, they also speak Mandarin. Malaysia also speak Mandarin. The Mandarin from China and Malaysia is a bit different. So sometimes misunderstanding did occur.
I see.
So if they want to if they want to buy the food, right? If they want to bring back the food, the way they say it, our Malaysia style, we say tapau. Tapau means is to bring back lah. We understand, but to them you cannot tell them tapau. To them they will say they bring back the food, because to them tapau is to bring back a dead body. So many times the way they speak is more to us to Malaysian Chinese, the China people from China, the way they spoke is like our grandmother's language now, so it's a bit difficult to understand. So sometimes complaint also occur because of this lah.
Yeah, because to us tapau is makan lah.
Tapau is bring back. So to them tapau is like you actually you bring back a dead body lah.
I see.
So it's a very bad thing to them.
Bad.
So
yes.
So there are many in situations that because of the language, right? Sometimes we don't understand what they say. So when you don't understand what they say, they have to repeat a few times, and we give them the wrong things now because we don't understand, and we among our team we don't have the person that can understand fully what the language of China, the Mandarin from China, what they say. So sometimes we have some problems. So it's a bit difficult to solve the problem. So it related also with it has the connection with the differences in perception and viewpoint also.
Yes. Okay, that's very good. Okay, now we have all these barriers. I don't deny that we have all these barriers that occur during our communication. So what do we do to make sure, how do we overcome these barriers? For example, for the group 1, they're using jargon. So what do you do to overcome? Everybody can answer. I'm not just asking room 1. What do you do to overcome all this? I gave answer. This one open book question lah. I gave answer already earlier.
I think just simply ask them back to clarify on what they are really meant.
Okay.
On what they are really saying, right?
Besides just speaking, what else can you do?
Can ask them kindly define and precise when you talk to us. Not use jargon like GD, General Department. I like dragon or what?
No. Besides speaking, now the barriers that all the barriers that are here are all related to, except for room 2, are related to speaking. So what can you do? For example, medical versus mechanical. What can you do to make sure what you say people understand?
Ask for layman term, maybe?
Ask for layman term. Besides that, what else?
Body language.
How to do body language?
Use hand pointing or anything to make understand.
Yes, hand pointing or anything. You're getting warm, Mr. Ang. Lagi apa? Draw diagram lah.
Draw diagram or bagi analogi ataupun example.
Example, draw diagram. Very easy. We cannot say, oh, I done my communication course, I clever already. Cannot. It's the practical aspect. So when you come across a barrier, then you draw diagram. Or ENT, you spell out ear, nose, and throat. Tadi apa? G apa? East Coast apa? Who was that?
General Department. GD, General Department.
General
Hemato,
Department.
Histo. I'm in a lab industry.
I see. Like that lah. There's one in the lab, CSSA, lab in the hospital. What is CSSA?
What you call ISO, certificate for I in Department of Inventory, handling the stock for a lab. I handling 80 branches around Malaysia and 20 branches in Sabah and Sarawak.
I see. So medical, technical, engineering terms, all this give diagram. People like me, I don't know. Okay, people like me wouldn't know. So Paisley's situation, show the food and show the picture of the food and bungkus lah. That's like that lah. I mean,
the culture of Chinese people, because I also working in the lab. So my headquarters in Singapore, so we also handling the same situation also.
Same thing. So nobody ever said communication is easy. It is a highly complex transaction. So because it is so complicated, we break it down into small pieces. So worst comes to worst, I show you picture lah. If the picture, you cannot understand the picture, then I don't know what to do already. Like that. So that was why I showed you this picture just now. See people discussion. Right? So like that. So we don't allow the barriers of communication to hamper us from communicating with people. You support what you say with diagrams. People can see. You don't know where to go, draw a map. You don't know what to do, you draw the process flow. I am sure all of you know how to draw process flow. So you draw process flow. First, it is like this, and then it's like this, and then it's like this, and then you have to decide what to do. If you proceed, you do like this. So you can do so many things to make sure your message gets across.
Yes, and also use calendar to make sure the deadline. The deadline.
Yes, yes, very good. Make sure you have the calendar kuda lah, easy to see, isn't it?
Yes.
Use
Public
the-
holiday.
use the calendar to show the days and the dates. So it's not easy. Communication definitely is not easy. So that is why you have to do all these things to make sure your message gets across. Because in the 12 hours that we are awake, we are communicating at least 85 to 95%. Our quiet time is only 5 to 10%. So that is why we must make sure all this time is not wasted. Otherwise, you cakap, you shout sendiri, you ni what for? You must cakap, people must understand, so that when people understand, people will do. So that is why you need to draw, you need to give a picture, you need to draw your process flow chart, you need to give a map, you need to show all these things, you need to use a calendar, so that whatever that you do, people understand and they know what they are supposed to do. Is that clear? Any questions?
Madam, I have a I would say shower thought maybe.
Never mind.
Okay, if the if the person have a slang and then slang making a problems in the communication, what will be the
write down?
It's gonna fall. I mean,
Points.
it's gonna fall on which point?
That will fall under slang probably under physical barrier to non-verbal.
I see.
Because it
Okay,
is
okay.
an insertion, you already have the verbal part, but it is a very subtle insertion to the verbal part. You have a slang. Slang, put point form. What is your point number? That's why the idea of table notes is very important.
Yeah, I agree.
Table notes, all right. Okay, very good. What else? All right, I'm going to show you a video. Okay, I'm going to show you a video. Maybe the language is a little bit difficult, maybe it's not difficult, but I want you to identify what are the barriers of communication in this video. The video is only how many minutes? It's about 5.5 minutes. All right, it's only about 5.5 minutes. It's about a shopkeeper and the patron to the shop. That's all. Are you able to recognize the items? This is not important, but the third question is very important. Identify the barriers of communication. Right? Identify the barriers of communication, and whatever barriers are in the video, they're all here. They're all here. All right, boleh kah? It's only 5.5 minutes.
Can.
Then, okay. Mr. Ang, you ready, Mr. Ang? I'm curious lah, Mr. Ang. Why is it City?
Yeah.
Why
Ready.
is it City Maju, Mr. Ang?
Because it's already preset.
Oh, preset at City Maju. I see.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Ready? Everybody is ready? 5.5 minutes.
Okay, ready, madam.
Okay, everybody ready? Let me check. Iza, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, Dane, are you ready, Dane?
Okay, ready.
Karonisa, are you ready? I call because I takut.
Yes, I can.
Okay. Fadli, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready, madam.
Okay, Emma, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, madam.
Alright. Okay, yeah. It's 5.5 minutes. You watch this. So you are looking out for the barriers of communication. So after you have watched this, you're going back to your room and then you discuss with your teammates what are the barriers of communication.
That's £6.40, £10. Thank you very much. £3.60 change. Thank you. There we go. Oh dear. Oh dear. Old Ali Bar was a bit off course, didn't he? Look here. Morning, Abdul. All right, are you? Very nice. There we are. There's the change, love. See you again. Hello. Now, sir, what can I do you for, sir? I want a mouse. Mouse? Mouse? What do you think this is? A pet shop? Chocolate mouse. Chocolate mouse? Chocolate mouse. Chocolate. Oh, chocolate mouse. You want a chocolate mouse? No, chocolate mouse. Yes, chocolate mouse. No, we say chocolate mouse. No, we haven't got chocolate mice here. You have to go sweet shop at him. No, not mice. Mouse. Mice, my friend, is the plural of mouse, is it? Chocolate mouse. Chocolate mouse, that. Oh, that is chocolate mousse. Chocolate mousse, you mean, is it? Chocolate mousse. Chocolate mouse. No. That's called chocolate mousse. Chocolate mouse. Yeah, that's yes. Well, you could call it that as well. I mean, you can call it what you like, can't you? Really, yes. One chocolate mouse. Yeah, very good. So I'll wrap it up. What next? Curry. Curry. Tomato curry. Tomato curry. Oh, tomato puree. That's what you mean, tomato puree. No, tomato curry. No, I must correct you on this way. The pronunciation, the correct pronunciation is tomato curry. Tomato curry. Now, with Molly, are we out of tomato curry, love? Tomato curry. Tomato curry. Oh, it's all right. It's right here under my nose. There we are. So one jar of very nice tomato curry. There we are. Shut up, dear. Apologies on behalf of the wife, sir. Sodder? Yeah, that's what I say, yeah. Sodder. Yeah. Sodder. Oh, yes. Sodder. Bigger bonnet of sodder. Oh, bigger bonnet of we're back on the list, are we? The bigger bonnet of sodder. Very good. Bigger bonnet of sodder.
Bicarbonate of soda.
Bicarbonate of soda. They have their uses, don't they, sir? Yes, sir. There we are. Bigger bonnet of sodder. So, yes, anything else? Bigger bonnet, yes. Jewish? No, she looks a bit Jewish, but she's not. We're Chinaman. We're not Chinaman. We're both C of E. C of E. You're not C of E. She's not C of E, are you? You're Muslim, aren't you? C of E. Coffee. Oh, C of E, yes. What is over where it always is by the Jews. No? Jewish. Oh, that's the Jewish. Oh, that's the Jewish. Now, what flavour Jewish would you like, sir? Apricot. Oh, yes. Apricot Jewish. What?
Cinnamon.
Oh, cinnamon Chinaman. Oh, she's found the Chinaman for you. Yes. What else would you like? None at all, sir, my pleasure. No. Not a pleasure. Tongue-you. Tin of tongue-you. Oh, a tin of tongue-you. Oh, there we are. Look, there we are. The bronze tongue-you. Is that the one? Yes, there we are. The bronze tongue-you. What else then? Pea. Pea.
Little frozen.
Pea. Oh, I know. Oh, yes. I want pea. Yes, of course. Yes. Well, look, you go out here. No, please, not that. No. Pea. Billingdom P. Oh, Velandam Park. Velandam P, yes. A nice slicky of that. So there we are. Velandam P. Now, come on, give me a really hard one. Come on, so now. I got the soup. Now I'm catching on to this. You want soup to wash your hands with, don't you? Right. Well, we don't sell that, so you have to go down the chemist. He's a very nice bloke. He'll cure anything. My malady? Yes, he'll cure your malady for you, yes. My malady for the tuast. For the tuast? For the tuast. The tuast at the breakfast with the C of E on the tuast. Oh, I've got you. A nice cup of C of E, couple of slices of tuast with the malady on the top spread on it. There we are, the malady. That's the stuff. There we are. Anything else? Cack. Oh yes, cack. Very good. There we are. One Sierra Lee's, a very own chocolate cack. That's the one. Is that the one, sir? Chocolate kak. Yes. Chocolate kak. Chocolate moose. Yep. Tomato curry. Bicarbonate soda. Jewish Chinaman. CAV. Apricot juice. Tongu pea. Soup. Mamaladi. And the kak. Ah, wonderful. £300. 4p change. Oh, no, please, no. No, please, no teaching. Oh, no, change. All right. Now, thank you very much. I now go to Happy Sherry. Oh, Happy Sherry. You go down the boozer one quick one, are you? Yeah. No, not the boozer. Happy Sherry. Happy Sherry. Happy Sherry for the clothing. Oh, haberdashery. Happy Sherry. Happy Sherry. Yes, I've got to get large brass ears for my wife. Brass ears? No, not brass ears. No. Brass ears. Oh, brass ears. Yes, for my wife. Yes. She needs large brass ears because her tights are enormous.
Okay, you ready? How many minutes do you need? Guys, how many minutes do you need?
10.
Maybe 5-10 minutes cukup? No answer. Hello. Hello, anybody home?
It will be sufficient, I guess.
All right. Evie, please, Evie, 10 minutes, Evie. Oh, very efficient, Evie. Twelve, 28, 12, 38. Okay, guys, are we ready?
Yes.
Barriers of communication, room 1. Sorry
Yes.
lah, I call room 1 because it's sequence. Room 1, room 2, room 3, like that lah, easier.
Okay, all right, madam. I'm from room 1,
Yes.
Fadli, and the rest is Cik Azam, Cik Syam, and Puan Izzah.
Okay.
So during the video, we watched most of the problem in the communication is the language itself lah.
Okay.
Different, but the what we call the shop, the buyer able to speak English, but their pronunciation tu lah, dia punya pronunciation tu make all things very wrong lah. So the first part is we recognize is the chocolate mouse. So he asking for chocolate mouse. So, the shopkeeper tu shop tu dia bagilah macam tikus kot, agaknya dia faham. That's the number 1 lah.
Okay.
Dia ada isu, cakap banyak kali sampai tak faham-faham, and last saya tengok dia menggunakan body language lah, which is sign language, dia tunjuk his body. That is the thing that I want. Okay, lepas tu kata this is chocolate mousse. Okay, pun dia masih insist on chocolate mouse lah.
Okay.
Kan, tapi that is one of the barriers lah.
Yes.
Okay, dan saya serahkanlah kepada yang lain.
Oh, okay. Oh,
okay kan, madam, boleh?
boleh. Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, so the first barrier was the language, was the pronunciation, and they solved the problem by showing the product. Kan, visual
Yes.
showing the product.
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right. Room.
Madam,
Yes.
Madam, just to add, based one point tadi, terima kasih Cik Fazli pun dah ni. Mungkin nak tambah additional, mungkin I tak tahu sure tempat tadi ada breaking sikit video. I nampak tadi bila dia ada difficulty dia nak sampaikan apa yang dia nak beli tu, dia dah start tunjuk macam Cik Fazli cakap dia show item, then based on body language Pak Arab tu, the seller dah faham, oh dia nak barang ni. Bila tunjuk yang dia buat body language, so dia understand lah. Yang kedua, I think saya tak sure sebab dia putus-putus. I nampak tadi ada wanita mungkin assistant tu pada kedai tu keluar. So based on that showing daripada buyer tu, lagi dia mudah faham. Maksudnya kita tak faham, mungkin kita perlukan bantuan orang lain yang faham that one, signal that one, untuk bantu dapatkan barang lah. So mungkin untuk communication tu need something untuk bantu kita untuk sampaikan that message lah.
You either need a person or somebody with more knowledge lah
Ya. Barang. Hai. Itu saja point tambahan.
Very good. Izzah tak nak add apa-apa, Izzah?
Good sama je.
Okay. Alright. Oh, that's very good. Alright. Jadi room 1 ni dah sudah?
Sudah, Pak. Sudah.
Okay, give me room 2.
Okay, back to me again. I'm Fahmi Burhan, representative for team 2. Okay, so we discussed the barrier from the video, and we try to relate on the 9 points there, and then we find out like there is a 2 identified point, which is point number 6 and point number 4. The point number 6 here that I would say that the customer is pronouncing the terms that is not correct, which eventually leading to misconception, misinterpreting. Like like one of the easy example we can hear that the Jewish. so the owner of the shop really simply thinks, oh, he talks about religion out of nowhere. So it's really 2 different things to talk about in the shop.
Yes.
And then they also point number 4, which different people have different, how do you say, perception and the way of thinking. And then this it can show that the customer just simply thought of moose as a mouse. So it is eventually, if the people who never seen moose before,
Before,
which eventually know that there would be not mouse, right? So somehow the owner making assumptions that simply a mouse. And then throughout the video, it will be recommended to seek for help if you not understand. And then luckily the stall assistant came out and then really making sense to every conversation there. And then one thing that we noticed that most of the conversation coming from with the using auditory senses, right? So it's like it's like they don't understand that, but then they keep stressing. Like even though they stress, they don't mean make more sense meaning. Simply like if someone don't know what's a walk, right? So why would you like keep stressing what's a walk again, and then it don't mean the people will still do not understand what you're talking.
Yes.
And then it would be good it would be helpful if the customer really show them the list or really show them the picture, right? It would be that it might be the list would have a proper spelling, but then I don't know why it's not making any sense to not share the list in my opinion. And then okay, towards the end we noticed that the customer is using body gestures to express their the point they're making, like brasia. I don't really get it what mean brasia, but then it's showing he making a gesture showing his stomach, right? So yeah, it would make sense to anything that related to stomach. And somehow by watching this video, it really bring back memory from my university days. I used to like learn from Japanese lecturer, right? So their pronunciation is really really weird, you know.
Okay.
But then we managed to study from them. So but this I would say that it gonna take some time and really need help to get adapt to this kind of theory. That's all from to I say. Thank you.
Okay. So which university in Japan?
No, I'm not university in Japan, but how do I say, we have a lecturer from Japan.
Oh, I see.
Not really one couple of them. In my department, most of lecturers are from Japanese and some of them from Malaysia.
Oh, I see. Which university is this?
I'm ETM.
I'm familiar. Okay. All right,
okay.
all right. Okay, room 3. Oh, that means you have Dr. Premila.
Oh, you know Dr. Premila?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
my lecturer.
Oh, that's my good friend. Okay.
Oh, maybe I'm gonna say hi to
Say
her.
hi to her and say, Kid, say hi.
Okay. Interesting.
All right. Okay, room 3. Room 3. See, I changed my tone. Just now I said room 3. They didn't answer. I call room 3. Like that lah. Okay, FIFA, go.
We discuss. I will present to you.
Yes. Okay, go. You present. Yeah.
I believe this Arabic man, he wanted to buy a cake.
Yeah.
And he did, but the pronunciation was not correct. But he mentioned about mousse, something like mousse. So it took quite a long time for the shopkeeper to understand, and finally managed to sell the thing. And okay, so
the Arabic man managed to get what he wanted. Correct or not, Ang?
Yeah, he managed to get, but it took quite a long time. But actually, I don't really understand what the Arabic man tried to say. It's quite amazing. It's quite amazing because finally they managed to sell the cake, and the Arabic man managed to buy what he want to buy. But to be honest, I don't really understand what the Arabic means. And if I was in the shoe of the Englishman, I can't really tell anything.
Oh, I
But
see.
but I believe I think the Englishman and the sales assistant was quite capable. They can understand and they managed to sell something and finally managed to send away this Arabic man. But to me, I can't understand at all. So not everybody understand what he say.
Yes, correct.
I like to be honest. So
no, it's good to be honest. Okay, no, it's correct. It's besides that, before we brief, before I do the briefing, what else besides the Arabic man and the pronunciation? What else?
Arabic man, pronunciation.
I want to ask, is that the situation logically happening in this world?
Oh, possible. It's possible. Ask Ang. She knows.
Because when I study in UK, I don't think so it's happening because it's after 11. I study in 2012. So I wearing a scarf. Maybe the place in the UK is luar bandar punya.
Okay.
So my scarf is taken out. So I open my scarf after that. So I really don't understand the situation lah, because he is be treated well.
Okay. Which part of England were you in?
Wales.
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 You were at University of Wales.
I go to Glendor University nearby Manchester.
Okay.
Long time ago.
Not Manchester University.
No, I go to Glendor University, the new university for Mara student in that time.
Oh, Glendor. Glindor.
GLYDWR.
DWR. Glendor. Okay, never mind. No. Ang has some more. Any more besides the pronunciation of the Arabic man?
The body language. I think the body language, the way this Arabic man show the body language actually.
Yeah.
The body language that he showed now. Not every person can understand also.
Okay. I agree. I totally agree. All right. Now, I don't want to call you Ang because there is a Mr. Ang. So I call you Paisy. Out of that video clip just now, how much did you understand? How much?
Okay. The most important thing is that the Arabic man finally he left the shop and he didn't complain anything, and it looks like he managed to buy what he wanted to buy, and there was no quarrel, there was no complaint or right, and it didn't seem like this Arabic man get someone else to interpret for him, and he managed to finally communicate, and it took quite a long time, but the whole process finished quite well. So no scolding and no quarreling, even though some miscommunication and took quite a long time, but it looks like quite smooth lah. But in real case, not really this fortunate. So I have no much to comment about lah.
Okay. I agree. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Is that all, or do you have some more?
Can I add some more?
Yes, please.
I want to touch on the points on taboo.
Taboo.
Okay. One of the dialogues that ataupun what the conversation is the Arabic one. Some juice, but he pronounced it like a juice. Yeah. So they pronounce the juice. So the shopkeeper tu tunjuk some outside the kedai lah kan, dia kata dia mungkin somewhere tempat juice punya people ke apa kan. Tapi this Arab man insist on juice. So dia ingat juice yang you know understand. Jadi that is one of the taboo lah. Mungkin dia ingat Arab ni nak apa. Lepas tu dia tunjuk dalam peti ais yang the assistant tunjuk Fridge ada rupanya juice. So dia acknowledge lah, ni lah benda yang dia nak tu juice tu. So sebenarnya bukanlah juice yang refer to the
Jewish
Yahudi tu, tapi sebenarnya actually it's a drink.
Yes.
That is one of the miscommunication lah. Sometimes can be a taboo lah kalau you different culture or different religion tu kan.
Yes,
That's one of example lah. Tapi luckily the Arabic man get lah his drink.
Yes. Yes. Correct. Yes. Maybe this was an exaggeration of what happens. These two Roonies, they were famous in the late 70s and the 80s. Comedian. If you Google you Google YouTube, you can find quite a famous comedy show in the 70s and the 80s. Masa tu the Arabic nations were just coming up with oil. Before the 70s, they didn't have oil. So that's why he had a lot of money. Now anyway, what Paisy said is correct. As long as he came to get those things, bila dia balik, he had all those things. And what Fahmi said, no, not Fahmi. Fahmi said is also true. If only had given the list to the shopkeeper. But you must remember, maybe the list was written in Arabic. So that's why the pronunciation, dia ikut je lah pronunciation. Tulis Arab tu, dia baca je gitu. So that's why it came
makes
out.
sense. Okay, now makes sense to me.
It came out in different sounds, just like you did your Japanese thing, just like that, similar. All right.
It's like Jawi, like.
Yes. So,
use Arabic character.
Yes. So that's why he couldn't give the list. So even though we know there was a big problem in terms of communication there, in the first place, when the Arabic man came in, it was already a cultural barrier. The shopkeeper already said, oh, this one, he lost his what? Camel ke apa benda ke dia kata. So that was the first. So that was the first barrier already. But when he was saying, and he had his wife, the other lady, his wife helping him to identify, then it became easier. I cannot imagine, COV itu jadi coffee. COV. Coffee. It's a bit hard, isn't it? Tapi memang that's how barriers happen. But you notice at the end of the day, the Arabic man got all his stuff. The thing is, we have to be patient enough. Kena sabar. If we want to make sure the communication happens, we must be patient enough to listen. Okay, must be patient enough to listen and be patient enough to demonstrate. You have the cut. Dia nak kata cake tadi dia jadi cut. Kan senang. So we have to do all these things in order to make sure communication happens. And communication, what do you call it? Smooth communication doesn't happen naturally. We have to work hard to make sure communication happens. All right. When I say communication, it's about the loop. It's about me sending you a message and you responding to my message. Then there is a loop. So communication is about the loop. If you just shock sendiri, you only talk, and there is no comeback, then there is no communication. Is that okay, everybody? Make sense?
How to significant the loop? Because sometimes in a office, right, I can understand the situation, but the significance of the loops sometimes and the worst if your boss in that situation also.
Okay, that is why I said just now, you must support the communication with your table notes. And your table notes can be a diagram, can be a process flow, can be a picture. In this case, the loop was done when the shopkeeper showed him. He said, cut. Don't know what cut is, but the shopkeeper took the cake and showed him. Then it's the cake. So that's the loop. Can you see or not? There must be a loop. All right. Does it make sense, FIFA?
Make sense. Logic.
Logic. It becomes logical when you are able to respond. And how to make people respond? If you speak, people don't understand, you show a diagram. If you show a diagram, you show a process flowchart, start where, do what, then people will understand. Is that okay? Does it make sense?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Kid.
Paisy, does it make sense, Paisy?
Yes.
Because
Yes.
in the hotel, you are going to get people from China lah, from Korea lah, apalah. I feel you, Paisy. They are going to speak with different languages. We think we understand. Actually, we only understand halfway. So to help us and to help them understand what we mean, we show them the diagram. We show them pictures. We show them the product if we have. Then the communication loop can cover. All right? Okay, we are at the end of the morning section. In summary, I will say, number 1, always remember 55-38-7. Number 2, always remember we have different personalities. We must make sure we fit into the communication by the different personalities. Number 3, we always have VCOG to help us. VCOG is very powerful. So these 3 things, Merabian, personality, and VCOG, will definitely help us in our communication to ensure we always have a loop. If we don't have a loop, that means we are wasting our time. All right? Okay, done for the morning session. Make sure you have a lot of A4 paper because in the afternoon we're going to do a lot of writing. Boleh kah?
Boleh, madam.
We break for lunch from now until 2:30. So
Okay.
I'll see you at 2:30. All right.
See you again, Kid.
All right.
Boleh.
Thank you.
Saya kerja.
Apa ni, what kind of industry?
Okay. My background actually electronic. And I working on oil and gas industry.
Oh, so now ONG lah ni.
ONG oil and gas lah, bukan ONG hospital.
Baru tahu. So you go offshore ke tak pergi offshore?
Dulu pernah pergilah masa saya kerja dengan Cari Gali start tahun 2001.
Ni we use something called LOL. Example LOL. When you use LOL, what does LOL stand for? Azam, what is LOL, Azam?
Oh, not familiar lah, LOL.
Okay. Okay. So your generation is a little bit further lah. Tapi if I ask Fahmi, LOL Fahmi.
Laugh out loud.
Laugh out loud.
It's
So
like burst your laugh.
Yes. So for Fahmi, it's laugh out loud. But for another person, it could be lots of love. So when you use cell phone text.
Oh wow, that's new thing. Never know that way.
Oh, okay. When you use this cell phone text, unless you and the other party too very close, then you can understand each other's language. Kalau you and the other party so-so je, then tu yang jadi laugh out loud ke lots of love. Alright, so the other, I don't know what's the Malay word, but the English word is ambiguity. It doesn't mean one thing, it can mean other things. That's the lowest form of language. So that's why I encourage professionals. You and I, we are all professionals. We shouldn't use short forms. We should write out the whole word. After all, our phone is very clever. Our phone is cleverer than us. We should use the whole word. Anyway, dia dah prompt you. Bila you put in a few letters, dia dah keluar dah suggestions. What is that word that you want to use? I strongly recommend that you use those words rather than short form. So that's the lowest form of language. That one stand on the floor. So the next form of language yang kita guna ni is informal language. Informal language is our spoken language. Spoken language can be bahasa colloquial language. That means you cakap bahasa Kelantan ke, cakap bahasa Penang ke, that's colloquial language. That's spoken language. And there is another form of spoken language, bahasa kasar. That will be harsh language. Harsh language we don't want to use. Example of harsh language, you can hear harsh language if you go to Lorong Haji Taib tengah malam. How many of you know where is Lorong Haji Taib? If you know, pretend you don't know, okay? Because it's not a nice place to be. So we can use spoken language. We can use spoken language in whatever dialect, whatever slang that you speak, go ahead. But never use bahasa kasar. And bahasa kasar is that language spoken in Lorong Haji Taib in the middle of the night. Siang-siang ni tak ada. In the middle of the night, people at Lorong Haji Taib, most probably 90% of the time, they are speaking bahasa kasar. We don't want to go there. Next level of language is the written language. That's where we are at now. When we want to write email ke, want to write letters ke, whatever business documents that we want to write, we have to write formal language. Formal language ni, of course, you must have your perfect grammar and you must know your idea what you want to write. Then there is that thing at the top, which is frozen language. Frozen language is the language that we use in the agreements. Maybe Azam bought a house in 2010. Now it is 2022. The agreement yang Azam signed in 2010 and the agreement that Azam will sign in 2022, the wording have not changed. So that is why we say it is frozen language. But unfortunately, some of us use some of the frozen words in our everyday writing. So that's not acceptable also. For example, some of us still write attach herewith. Attach herewith tu dah frozen macam iceberg dah. So we better don't use. Right? Questions?
Nak tanya, apa ni, attach herewith tu, saya tengok dalam kerja harian biasa orang letak attachment tu, so dia letak
attach
ayat
herewith
macam
lah. Kalau boleh, we don't use lah, because it's my mother used to be a teacher of English language. If she is still around today, dia akan kata Queen Victoria pun dah tak guna perkataan macam tu. Dia dah very old fashioned dah.
Okay, faham.
Okay. Okay. So very good question. What else? What other questions do you have? Pertaining to levels of language. Okay. Kalau tak ada, let's understand. Written formal language, most important, you look at the first one. It reflects the credibility of the organization. One. Number two, it reflects the credibility of the writer of the email. Right? When you do formal language, you are looking at, you have a clear idea of what you want to write. And then definitely no question about making sure you have great grammar. And whenever you are writing email, it must be short and compact. But no matter what, no matter where, no matter what you do, you must always be polite. It doesn't mean that it is short and whenever it's short, it's not polite. No, it can be short and it can be polite, right? So the next thing we want to understand, this is what frozen language is all about. This is an actual excerpt that I took out. there's this lawyer, he wants to demonstrate how bad frozen language is. So normal people will say, I give you this orange. But for people who are used to frozen language, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 perkataan ni boleh translate into all this paragraph. So we don't want that. So the next thing is, even though language has got cell phone language, spoken language, written language, frozen language, the language that we use in business, must be either 4, 5 or 6. 1, 2 and 3 ni not applicable. 1 ni is like when you were in school, cikgu number 1 and number 2 ni when you were in school, your teacher will ask you to write a day in the life of a pencil. A day in the life of a pencil. So you have to screen, you have to rake your brain to write a day in the life of a pencil. I don't know, but I think teachers still do this. When they ask us to write this expository or narrative ni macam my trip to the moon. So you have to imagine something and write something and something. So when the teachers ask us to write expository ke narrative, they just wanted us to have good practice in writing. That's all. But when you are working, you are in a business environment, you cannot write 1 and 2 anymore. We are going for 4, 5 and 6. And what is number 3? Number 3, if you're in the advertising industry, we see advertisements, pictures and wordings. Sometimes they don't write pictures and wording, they write stories. And these stories are called persuasive writing and purely advertisement. So they are the, whatever is being written, ada the slant towards something. They want to sell houses ke, they want to sell a new product ke, they ada that kind of writing. So number 1, 2 and 3, expository, narrative and persuasive, we don't want to write. You write persuasive if you're in the advertising industry. We write 4, 5 and 6. Now for all the explanation 4, 5 and 6 ada kat belakang, but my brief explanation to you is, we write procedural because sometimes we want to give instructions to people. So what is number 1, what is number 2, what is number 3, what is number 4, macam tu. So macam recipe lah. So kalau you write recipe, you must know what to do number 1, what to do number 2, what to do number 3. And transactional, mainly business writing, because transactional means I write, there is something is happening, and then there is a reply. So that's transaction. There is a transaction in between. And then technical, it doesn't mean technical engineering ke, technical project ke, tak ada. It means you are in a certain field, medical field. Then when you are in a medical field, you have certain things, that the kind of words that you use are very specific. Macam FIFA, she works in a lab. She has certain names for certain things. Beaker ke, Bunsen burner ke, that is considered technical. Right? So further explanation, they're all here on the next 2 pages. Okay, so you have expository writing that informs, describes or explains. Example dia autobiography, biography, descriptive essay, informational, etc. Narrative writing that entertains or tells a story. Easy, Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs, that's narrative. Persuasive writing to convince readers to do something, that's advertisement. Procedural explains instructions or directions. Transactional, influence the reader to take an action. Technical, requires direction, instruction, or explanation. So when you do technical, most probably you are writing manuals, right? Now, you and I, we always write business writing, or we do technical report writing, and these are factual writings. When we do factual writings, so of course, kita ada proof. And usually the proof that we provide will be in figures and numbers. So that's why it's called empirical evidence. It's empirical evidence. In fact, even colors, belah kiri ni bulat is red. On the right is a star. It's also red. But how do you differentiate the red circle from the red star? You differentiate by identifying the RGB code. So if you're serious about your writing, even when you describe to people colors, you don't tell people, oh, midnight blue. Your midnight and my midnight very different, you know. Or you say sea blue, or you say sky blue, or you say green, green like the apple lah, green like the apple. So all these things are just narratively speaking. So when we are narratively speaking, we are just trying to identify something not specific. But if you are in the serious industry, you quote a number for whatever color that you mentioned. I used to work for this company, which is today about 150 years old. Our logo from day one sampai today is the same color. No, we have two colors. It's the same two colors. Have not changed because maybe earlier there was no RGB code, but they were very careful and very detailed about identifying what is that blue and red that we refer to. So that is why from then until now, whether we were manufacturers, so whether we manufacture and produce the boxes, or the distributors put up their signboard, same color, right? Of course, this is a European company. Then, but if you compare that to what Touch and Go does, Touch and Go ni from Perlis right up to Johor Bahru, semua ada Touch and Go, all the toll that they collect from you, betul tak? So when they put up their sign, it's blue. It's blue. And then if you ask people what blue, oh, secondary school blue. Betul lah, secondary school blue. But by the time you go from Perlis to Johor Bahru, you will see different shades of blue throughout the signboard. All the toll got all these signboards. So from the top to the bottom, from the top meaning from Perlis right to Johor Bahru, you will see so many boards with variations of blue. And then some people try to explain to me, Kit, because the color too faded, that's why the blue has changed. I agree, but that means you got no quality control lah. The quality of the paint that you put up though is seriously bad quality lah. But after a while, the color faded. So in our case, when we do business writing, we must make sure that everything we talk about must be in numbers and figures. All right, is that clear with everybody?
Clear.
Clear. If it's clear, Clear, now write me a little letter to say thank you. Thank you to whom? Thank you to Shah for introducing you to this class. It will only take you about 5 minutes. Is it okay? I'm going to write in the chat box what my instructions are. Write a thank you note to Mr. Shah for introducing this program. Okay, so write a thank you note to Mr. Shah for introducing this program, right? Okay, 5 minutes cukup lah kan? Hisham, cukup 5 minutes?
Boleh.
Boleh. Write a thank you note to Mr. Shah for introducing this program. Go. 5 minutes je. Individually. Okay, everybody done? I'm not going to check individual letters, but I'm going to tell you what the letter should contain. So you are writing a thank you note to Mr. Shah for introducing you to this program. Of course, you have to say thank you at the top. And then, because we are writing a business letter, even though it's a thank you note, it is still a business letter. So you are going to say thank you. After that, you're going to put in the details of the program. You're going to say the program was on 6th of August from 9 to 5. And then what do you expect? The third line, what do you expect to do? What do you expect Shah to do next time? Probably you want to say, I hope you will be able to introduce me more such a similar program in the future. So Shah knows what to do next time. So this, if you did not put in the name of the program or the date of the program, your letter don't qualify anything. It's nothing. Right? So you check your letter. Okay, so that's the opening. So whatever business correspondence that you do, you must have empirical evidence. You must have numbers. You must have facts. If you don't have facts, you go and find facts. You must find numbers, because numbers usually are numbers cannot go wrong. Proof, numbers are proof, so you cannot go wrong. So that is why in business writing we have this rule of making sure it's factual. So that is why there is this guy Deming. He says, in God we trust. We trust God. God can do anything, can give us anything, can do whatever. He's given us COVID. He didn't tell us when it's going to end. It's just there. But all others bring data. You can talk to me, but I want data. If I don't have data, if you don't bring data to me, I'm not interested in talking to you. So everything that we do as a professional, we must have data. If you don't have data, it's just like Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Even Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs got 7 dwarfs. All right? Any questions? As long as follow this basic rule, you cannot go wrong. Okay? All right, here we go. Fahmi, jangan gelap-gelap, Fahmi. Okay. In correspondence, just like whatever communication that we do, it is a loop. It is a loop. Communication is a loop. You send a message, you receive a message, you understand the message, then you respond. Okay? So it must be a loop. And when it comes to correspondence, it's even worse, because the guy who sent you the letter knows he sent you the letter on the 5th of August at 4 p.m. Up to 14th of August, still no reply. That's terrible, right? So in correspondence, we have internal correspondence and we have external correspondence. Whether it is internal correspondence or external correspondence, the role of correspondence remains the same. You have something to initiate, and then there comes a reply. External, internal also the same. You start the letter and then you reply the letter. That's all. All right. Any clarification up to now? Okay. Yeah. Any question? Yeah. Boleh.
What's the external again? I missed out.
Oh, same. Whether your correspondence is internal or external, there is always a place you start, initiate the writing, and then there will be a reply. Internal pun sama. You initiate the writing and there is a reply. So there is always that communication loop. That's all for me. That's all.
No, I mean like, what's the external purposely means? Is it person or?
No, external means outside your organization.
Oh, okay, organization. All right.
Yeah, because today the distinction between external and internal is very slim. Dulu internal we write memos, external we send letters. Now internal or external they're all emails. Betul tak?
Yeah.
Very small difference. All right. Okay, so that is why this is as a rough guide. When you receive an email, do you understand the message? Yes, I understand, or no, I don't understand. When you understand the message, do you know how to respond? Yes, I know. No, I do not know. Whether yes, I know, no, I do not know, you still go back. You still close the loop by telling the sender, oh, I don't understand what you wrote to me. So that's why I cannot respond. Macam gitu. If you know, if you understood apa benda dalam email tu, and you can reply, that's already closing the loop. And then, okay, correspondence, since zaman-zaman Azali sampai now, from those days until now, first stage was you just send a message. Whether the other side knows what to do with the message or not, you have no control over it. The second stage is you send a message to the other party and the other party understands the message. Okay, one up. The third stage is up to like 1996, like that, up to 1996, up to 1996. You can send a message, the receiver can understand the message, and the receiver, excuse me, and the receiver will reply the message up to 1996. After 1996, when you send a message, you receive, you understand the content, you respond to the content within a specific time frame. What is the difference between stage 3 and stage 4? Stage 4 ada within a specific time frame. So why stage 3 don't have within a specific time frame? Those were the days bila kita write to people, we say ASAP. Betul tak? Betul tak, Azam? Last time you tulis surat ke orang ke, you send letters to people, you say as soon as possible.
Last time, yes. Please reply as soon as possible.
Yes, last time lah, last time.
Last time, but now we give some specific time lah. Within 1 week or specific day lah. For example,
Yes,
please
yes.
reply by next Monday ke macam tu.
Yes, absolutely correct. How come What's the difference between stage 3 and stage 4?
Stage 3 dia more linear, dia tak ada specific, no urgency, but stage 4 we have some objective and urgency lah to respond.
Yes, yes. Stage 3 before internet. Betul tak? Stage 3 before internet. Stage 4 bila masuk email, bila email was introduced, and email was introduced to us sometime in 96. My first email address was in 1996. First introduced, then people start to determine. You reply by Thursday, berapa hari bulan. You reply by ni berapa hari bulan. And some people even put down what time. What is the advantage of stage 4? What is the advantage of stage 4? You have better time management. You know, oh, okay, I have to reply. And you also know the other party must reply by that time. This is time management. So we become more efficient. In certain ways, we become more efficient. Because you know exactly you have to reply. Efficient lah tu. And the other party pun tahu, oh, I have to reply, You manage your time as well as you manage the other party's time. So that is why stage 4, where we are at today, is critical. We don't say as soon as possible anymore. Because sometimes I'm crazy, I can work Saturday, Sunday, Monday continuously. My next available time is next Friday. Then as soon as possible doesn't apply to me. Because to you, as soon as possible is like, petang kerang lah, urgent ni. But to me, no. I work Saturday, I work Sunday, I work tonight, like crazy people. So that is why I'm only available next Friday. So bear in mind, number one, when you write, you must have figures. Number two, when you write, you must make sure there is a specific time frame for reply. Questions?
Hi, Kate.
Yes.
Okay, my role in office is inventory support. So I need to control the inventory of my company.
Okay.
So I want to send an email that the intonation is polite but harsh to for deadline. Not harsh. It's be stern. To be stern to deadline.
Stern, jangan kata harsh.
No,
Stern.
not harsh, stern. Because I work with many golongan orang tua ke muda ke, I don't know who to I speak on, but I want my message is be clear, the timeline is must be on time. I had difficulties to on time. I need to NC and make them sad.
Okay, don't worry. Pertangkaran boleh buat dah. Stern but apa if FIFA? Stern but polite.
Polite.
Harsh but polite tak boleh. Stern but polite. Stern. Okay. Okay. Never mind. Don't worry. We'll do it together. Right? So first thing we must remember, if last time we wrote a letter in a certain way, today we write the email pun in a certain way. Structure dia sama. So that's why it's called convention. Convention means it has existed forever and we are still using it today. So convention in correspondence, of course you dah ada detail of the recipient and you have the name and address of the recipient, correct? Email very easy. The date is already there, so don't have to really bother. But the big issue today is the subject line. Why? Why is the subject line a big issue today? Because what does the recipient of your email see first in the inbox?
Topic of the email.
Yes. So they are going to see the subject line first. Okay, they're going to do the subject line first. So kalau subject line tu not interesting, you agak-agak orang nak baca ke you punya email? I don't think so. That is why we have to learn how to prepare the subject line, how to construct the subject line. All right? Okay, let's go how to construct the subject line. But before we can construct the subject line, we must consider what types of readers read our letter. And we cannot pilih, Encik Azam nak terima surat I ni, Encik Azam tu skimmer. Or, Encik Fadli is the recipient of my email. He is a skeptic, so I write the letter like that. Do you know? You don't know. So that is why we have to learn what are the types of readers. One type of reader are the skimmers. He doesn't have much time. Dia baca sikit-sikit je, dia rasa-rasa dia faham. Skeptics pula, dia very detail. So everything dia nak baca, tak ada comma ke, tak ada full stop ke, wrong grammar ke, semua dia pick up. So we have two main types of readers. And we cannot choose who is going to read your email. We cannot choose. So that is why in order to write an effective subject line, FIFA panggil topik, we must know some basic rules. The subject line, you can call it the subject line, you can call it the topic, or you can call it the title. The importance of the subject line. Number one, subject line behaves like the head. So if I see the picture of a baby's head, that means I expect the body to be a baby's body lah kan? So that is why the subject line is very important. It gives an idea of what the letter is going to be all about. And the subject line behaves like a summary. And you must use action verbs. You must use action verbs in the subject line. Now, Whether you can change the font style or size is really up to you. But a good subject line has between 6 to 8 words. Not 2 words, not 3 words. Tapi kalau dah sampai 5 words and you crack your brain, what is the 6 word? Tak payahlah, leave it at 5 words. Or you already gone to 9 words and you kata macam mana nak make it 8 words ni? Never mind lah. It's not like as if you're going to go for an exam, extra word, minus points, not enough words, minus point. Tak ada. It's a guide. And then the subject line must be a complete thought and it must be logical, right? So if the kepala is a baby's head, and then the whole picture must be a baby lah. You cannot have the baby's head and we put Emma's body pula kat sini. Cannot lah. So subject line is very important because the reader sees the subject line in the inbox. The email inbox have got this one. Okay. If the subject line is misleading or missing or has missing information, the email may not get read, or the message can even be sent to spam. So that is why when you construct a formal subject line, it is more detailed, and an informal subject line, it is less detailed, it's short. Formal subject line, for example, introduction of ventilator model ACY 1234. For internal is informal, so PROD is product brief lah kan. Ventilator model ACY 1234 becomes prod brief van mod ACY 1234. And introduction is the action verb. So action verbs are this: submission, request, there's action. There is an action. You have a submission, you have a request, you have an application, you have an offer, you have an announcement, an invitation, declaration, notification, appeal, or rejection. So we have to have all these form of action verbs in the subject line. Up to now, any questions? Mana Paisy, any questions, Paisy?
No.
Okay. All right. So after that, we understand subject lines. They capture the reader's attention. If the subject line is not interesting, people don't want to read. So you must make the subject line interesting so that when he sees it in his inbox, interesting. Oh, I want to read this. Otherwise, they skip reading yours and they read other people's. Maintain the attention so that the reader will respond accordingly. So not only the reader read the topic line, but the reader will also read the whole email and knows exactly what to do. That is why your email must be constructed so that you know exactly what you need to do. Then subject line grabs reader's attention, tells what the email is about, is more important than the email itself. If you cannot capture the reader's attention by the subject line, then 50-50 lah. The reader going to read yours. All right? Okay. So there are comparisons here. On the left, you got bad. On the right, you got good. You go through and tell me, ask me any questions, or you need any comments, or you want to make any comments. Any questions, any comments regarding these subject lines? Don't have, we move on. Okay. Evie, in the next few minutes, now I want you to go into your discussion room, discuss the kind of letters that you prepare, and then after 5 minutes you come out and then we do the next exercise. Evie, 5 minit boleh Evie?
Can.
Okay, terima kasih.
Having my lunch now.
Wah.
Wait, 5 minutes. Okay.
5 minutes. You will find. Okay, you're back. Sudahkah? Okay. Now I don't want to know what you're going to do. Room 1, what are the kind of letters that you prepare? Tak dijawab. Room 1. Azam.
Actually, Madam Kit, I am room number 3, not room number 1.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Siapa pula room number 1 ni?
They all have changed because of they leave the
okay, understand.
and then come back are all messed up already.
Okay, sorry. Okay. So who is room number 1? Who is in room number 1?
Fatih,
Yes, me and
Isham, Khairunisa.
Yeah.
Fadli, Sham, and Khairunisa. Okay.
3 of us.
Okay. So what kind of letters do you prepare?
We actually don't come up with any kind. We don't understand the question.
Tak apa. It's okay. Okay, let me check.
Mungkin letter untuk due date lah tu.
Okay. All right. Okay. Room 2, what did you get something?
Actually macam ni, masa madam tengah present tadi, I tengok screen
Semua lain tajil.
screen freeze. Tak nampak apa ni, dia jadi beku lah. So last sekali madam minta buat ni lah group.
Okay.
Untuk apa sebenarnya saya tak faham, saya tak dapat.
Ya, faham. Tak apa. No worries. Okay, now room 3 apa? Room 3?
Okay, room 3 actually we have 4 of us, Azam, Afifah, and Fahmi. What we discuss is about how to report to top management lah. So in terms of performance, so based on our understanding, we need to put some action words, more quantity or numerics into the subject line, and also more specific to the subject line. So the thing is how to report to top management in terms of performance.
So in your case is how to report to top management. Why do you
to
say
top
top?
management. Yeah, our performance or
Pasal apa ada top management pula? Dia management je lah.
basically Afifah punya point tadi from middle management to report to top management. So we need to get their attention. So the idea came from the group is to make some action words or request or something words to grab their attention. Yes, yes.
Okay. So guys, let me use room 3 punya example. Since room 1 and 2 don't have, let's use room 3 punya example. Room 3 punya example is how to report to top management. Right? Now, if we ikut this one, we ikut this one, subject lines behave like a summary. That means whatever you want to report there must be some important words to talk about it. And that you have action verbs. Now you got action verbs. Okay, so in this case, how to report to top management, then your action verb, number 1, submission of what report are you going to submit?
Our performance in terms of inventory.
Okay. Quarterly report. Okay, quarterly report. First quarter ke, second quarter ke, third quarter ke, fourth quarter. Remember, must be factual, mesti ada nombor-nombor. Apa?
Third quarter.
Third quarter. Okay. So the nice title would be, I'm going to write in the chat box. Okay. Submission. Submission of how do you write third quarter 3Q? Third quarter inventory report. Betul? It's an inventory, right?
Yes, yes.
Inventory report. Oh, gitu je. Submission of third quarter inventory report. Done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words. Understand? FIFA. Like that, can?
Yes.
Yeah. So, submission. So, you have that word. Submission. So, when you follow that template, you follow this template, subject line ni, it behaves like you must include an action verb. So the action verb here is submission.
Yes.
Okay? And then it's a report. What report? Inventory report. But remember, it must be with empirical evidence. What report? Third quarter. Macam tu lah. That's all. Yeah.
Talk. For every month.
Submission of fourth quarter inventory report. Ada lah. What first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter lah. Sama je. Because I am sure your report is exactly the same except for the figures inside. Betul tak?
Yes.
Tapi when you write in this manner, nampak professional lah sikit.
I want to make changes, like I want to declaration what stock is decreased for because of this sample of penyakit ni dah berkurangan macam itulah.
Can. Then you bubuh lah. What is more important? Is it the declaration of the stock or is it the COVID dah turun? Which is more important? You have to decide.
Oh, declaration of stock lah. Do it.
Declaration of stock lah. Macam tu lah. So as long as you remember, you must put the action verb. And then sometimes you request for something. And then sometimes you apply for additional staff. Then application. And then sometimes you are offering free services to offer. Sometimes you just make announcement, no action needed, just announcement. Announcement that the lab will be closed from the first week of April until the fourth week of April, announcement. Sometimes you do rejection. Rejection a bit harder. Appeal is a bit harder. Notification is easy. Then you got declaration. And then you got invitation to visit upgraded test lab. Number apa? On what date? Gitu. Can see? All right. So FIFA, we are done. Who else Yeah.
Thank you, kid. This help me.
Who else? Who else? What about Fadil? What kind of letters do you prepare?
I think I am going to letter for asking for due date.
For what?
Due date, report. Due date.
Tak faham.
I will ask report.
Oh, you ask
Deadline,
your
deadline.
Deadline, yes. Deadline.
So you're asking for your subordinates.
Yes.
Submit the report on a specific date.
Yeah.
Then you are going to request them. You cannot request, you boss. You suruh they all submit, kan? You're asking them to submit. You bawa submission.
So usually I use word like, please submit this report and so on, so on, so on.
Nantilah Fadil. Kita baru nak tulis title. Surat lagi. No, because we have to concentrate on making the title correct because it's very, very important. After that, after orang dah terkejut tengok title you, barulah dia all baca the content.
Oh, I see.
Okay, that's Fadli. Fadil ke Fadli? Fadli. Okay. Azam dengan FIFA. Any specific request, Azam? Any sort of letter that you want to prepare?
Request for appraisal form submission for mid-term, mid-year.
Oh, that means you need you do your appraisal twice a year lah.
Twice a year.
I see. So you are doing what? You are head of production or head of HR?
No, I am not so-called head, but I lead some group of buyer for develop the new part for Pudua. So basically we development team lah.
So the appraisal form tu pasal apa pula?
Basically we have appraisal form which my staff need to fill up and self-evaluate before I do one-to-one appraisal lah.
I see. So they have to isi the appraisal form before they see you lah.
Yes, correct.
So the title submission juga. Submission of completed appraisal form for you do twice a year. That means 1/22 lah. That means the first one for the year 22. Kalau you buat 2/22, that means the second one for the year 22. Can you see or not, Azam?
Yes.
So 1/22. Submission of appraisal form for 1/22. So that means the first one for the year 22. Gitu. Alright. Okay. Den, anything Den?
Okay, kalau macam ni nak tanya ni, subject line ni untuk monthly maintenance scorecard.
Maintenance scorecard. Okay. So you want people to submit to you ke you nak submit ke orang?
Saya nak submit ke everybody lah.
Submission.
Oh, submission
Submission. Okay. Who else? Paisley, anything?
No, nothing.
Clear. Emma. Tak ada. Anything?
Macam mana kalau kita macam nak bagi notifikasi dekat apa pekerja yang selalu datang lewat or something like that?
Are you working in the HR department?
Yes.
So you need the berapa kali irregular attendance before you ask that you send them a letter?
I'm also not sure because I'm still new at this. I just work for 3 to 4 months.
Okay. Dia punya rule macam ni. Sekali datang, cakap dulu. Okay. Sekali lambat, cakap dulu. 2 kali lambat, cakap lagi. Within 1 month lah, depending on what your rules and regulations are in the company. Bila dah demam, that means too many times datang lambat. So you have to determine how many times is too many times. And then you send them a letter asking for explanation. Request for explanation of late coming, for example. Request for explanation for late coming. Macam tu. To request lah. You ask them nicely. That's the part. You ask them nicely. Request for explanation on late coming. Tapi depends on your handbook lah. Kalau your employees handbook kata 5 kali late coming still okay. Dah 10 kali baru tak okay lah. Masa 10 kali itulah. You send the letter. But subject to your employees handbook lah. There must be a guideline somewhere. You tak boleh suka hati je give the letter. Alright? Is that okay, Emma? Request for explanation on 3 incident of late coming, for example. I mean dah 3 kali datang lambat lah. Tapi depends on your depends on your handbook. Kalau handbook kata okay 10 kali datang lambat baru bagi surat, then barulah bagi surat. Tapi kalau your handbook kata 3 times late must bagi explanation, then 3 times lah. Because HR is very specific. Dia tak boleh dia ada very strict guideline because dia ada labor law regulations that you need to follow. Alright? Okay.
Thank you, madam.
Okay. Iza, what about Iza?
Mungkin cara nak apply kerja kot sebab saya fresh grade. So nak tahulah apply kerja macam mana.
Oh, that means Iza dengan siapa tadi? UTM tadi siapa?
Mami Burhan.
Iza. That means how many students are here?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now take down my personal my cell phone number. 012. Everybody you can take down so that.
Oh, okay. Great. Thank you.
In case you're
wait.
In case you're in trouble, you don't know what to write, you just text me and I help you.
Yeah, that will be great. Helpful. Thanks.
Yes.
012
915
915 8609.
8609.
Yes.
Okay. Can you repeat again?
Itulah repeat again pula. Can you repeat?
Let me repeat again so that we can have the same number. So the number would be 012
Yes.
915 8609. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
For everybody, for everybody, because today, even though we only attend class with me today, it doesn't mean it's the end. You can always write back to me and ask me, Kit, I surat ni macam mana datang sini, I rasa macam tak sedap lah. Macam tu lah. You just write to me and then I will definitely reply. Right? Okay.
Madam, can I ask one thing again?
Can.
And can you review my resume?
Of course. Send to me, I review.
Oh, so I can get. I will send the resume.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. So also you want to write a job application letter lah ni.
Yes.
Okay. Job same. For job application, if it is a solicited job, that means there was an advertisement, a vacancy, then submission. Kalau you are just randomly sending to ABC company, then it's just application. Macam tu lah. Can see or not the difference?
Oh, sebab sebelum ni hantar banyak tapi tak ada yang feedback balik macam tu.
I see. Okay. Tak apa. We can do the best we can. Alright. Any other requests?
But Kit, if we
Yes.
want to ask you something after this training, right? We want to ask you, we can SMS to you or we should
Yes,
email
yes.
to you.
No. You just send me you text me on the WhatsApp and I reply. Yes, it is a value added service, I consider.
Oh.
Don't worry. You just send to me on the WhatsApp, like Iza, she is going to attach her profile, her resume on the WhatsApp for me to review.
Okay.
Boleh. You just send to me. Yeah. I will be happy to help, okay? All right. Okay. So besides the job application, application, what else? Siapa lagi? Khairunisa, what do you do? What kind of letters do you write? Khairunisa, no reply lah.
Yeah. Sorry.
What kind of letters do you write?
My letters I wrote about. Sorry, line tak clear.
Oh, okay. What kind of letters do you write?
Okay. Maybe sorry. I write about resume.
You also looking for job?
Already have a job, but right now I just doing my part-time job lah. So I'm looking for full-time job.
Oh, okay. All right. So that will be like I said just now. If it's a vacancy, that means you are submitting. If it is just randomly sending your job application, then it's an application. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the next thing we want to do is, okay, let's do this first. Now, salutations in Malaysia is very important because we have people who are from Datuk to Datuk Seri to Tan Sri to Tun. And then we have everything else in between. When you address Tuan Haji, is different from when you address the ordinary man on the street. So that is why in Malaysia, we must make sure we write the correct salutation. And when we are writing emails now, we cannot write dear sir or madam anymore. Emails are personalized. So you must write dear Miss Fatimah or dear Mr. Ang or dear Mr. Lim. You cannot write anonymous anymore, right? So if the name of the person is Reni Chong Kok Weng, then you write formal, in a formal basis, you write Mr. Reni Chong. If informal, you write Reni or RC. Or if you don't know that he has a Christian name, you can write Mr. Chong Kok Weng. Now, if you have a Datuk, you have to make sure to know whether that is a yang berbahagia or yang berhormat. I hope you know the difference between yang berbahagia and yang berhormat.
Madam, can you explain what the difference between yang berbahagia datuk and yang berbahagia datuk?
Okay, yang berbahagia datuk, dia not elected. That means the Sultan gives him a datuk because he is a businessman, for example. Tapi kalau dia jadi kawasan USJ, dia jadi member of parliament and dia dapat datuk, then dia yang berhormat. One is a political situation, the other one is a business situation. Macam tu. Boleh Azam?
Okay.
Yeah.
Noted.
So you have to know whether the datuk is a businessman or the politics. Kalau dia politics, yang berhormat lah. Kalau dia businessman, yang berbahagia. And then this datuk, I only take one, DATO. You also have DATUK. That depends on states, different datuk. Yeah. Similarly, When you have Sandra Lim Pek Sim, the name is Sandra Lim Pek Sim. The formal name is Miss Sandra Lim. Informal, Sandra or PS. Formal, Miss Sandra Lim Pek Sim full. There, this is the one. Ladies also can get Datuk, you know. Correct, Azam? Ladies can get Datuk, ah.
Datuk Siti.
Datuk Siti, correct. Datuk Siti, yes. Datuk Siti dia yang berbahagia ke yang berhormat?
Yang berbahagia.
Yes. Right? Dia yang berbahagia. So, we must know all these things. If we don't know, what do? We call them and find out. Because sometimes like, if last month Sultan Selangornya birthday, suddenly you know the man in January, last month Sultan Selangornya birthday, when you know the man, dia belum datuk. Tapi, and you are writing to him today, but last month he got title datuk already, so you have to call and check and find out. Okay, because in Malaysia, very particular. If I'm a datuk, please call me datuk. Like that one. So similarly with Haji Ahmad Ridwan, you don't call him Haji. Haji tu informal lah. You call him Tuan Haji. And then if he is a Datuk Haji, then you call him Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji. And you don't put any dear in front, you know. You only put straight away Yang Berbahagia Datuk. You don't put Dear Datuk. If you put Dear Datuk, then I'll ask you, how many grandchildren does he have? Or are you his grandson? Macam tu. Right? So Datuk-datuk, no dear. Yang berbahagia, yang berhormat. Haji-haji, so no dear Haji. Tuan Haji. Right? Is that clear, everybody?
Madam, one quick question.
Yes.
Okay, what about if I use Mr. R.C. R.C.Kok-Weng? Is it gonna fall under formal or informal?
Oh, informal.
Oh, okay. Even though I mentioned Mr. there.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Great to know. Thank you.
All right. If you are very familiar with that person already, you can do the short forms. If you are just suam kuku no. Remain formal, remain high formal. Right? Anything else? Because must be very careful with salutation. People are very sensitive because they say it's not easy, you know, kid, to get title like this. So must use. Okay lah, macam tu.
Okay, just want to know, actually Datuk, D-A-T-U-K, Datuk and D-A-T-O, Datuk, what is the difference?
State. Sometimes it's state, between different states got different Datuk. Maybe Pahang D-A-T-O. Maybe Kedah D-A-T-U-K, different state. Or maybe federal or state, like that.
But Datin is actually, if the person married a Datuk, then she become Datin lah.
Dia tumpang lah. Dia tumpang lah. Except for Siti Nurhaliza, she got her own Datuk. Is that clear, Paisy?
Yes, I'm clear. Thank you.
In fact, I have a whole list. This is the very basic list lah, but there is a whole list that you have to address differently. All right? Okay. Any other questions regarding salutation?
Nak tanya ni.
Yes, boleh.
Okay, title email biasa kalau untuk lady, kita tak tahu status dia cik atau perempuan. Kita nak tulis apa?
Panggil lah dia tanya.
Oh, kena tanya jugalah ya.
Tanya because now phone call is free kan? Now no need to pay phone call already, isn't it?
Betul.
Just call and find out. To be on the safe side. Kalau tidak, no. Officially, I tell you this, officially, kalau orang tu belum kahwin, kita panggil dia puan. officially she should feel great. Tapi kita sebaliknya. Kalau dia belum kahwin, kita panggil dia puan, dia marah. Actually shouldn't marah because I am elevating your status. That's the explanation lah. Tapi orang kita, some of us don't like. I belum kahwin, cik. You panggil I puan ni pasal apa? Macam tu. But better call and find out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is it if you call somebody, especially woman lah, if not married, then we call a puan or cik, is it macam menjatuhkan status dia or what?
Tak, kalau dia belum kahwin, kita panggil dia puan, kita menaikkan status dia.
Yeah, should be like that kan.
So sekarang I kadang-kadang I don't know lah, I panggil miss je lah.
Sometimes macam my head of department is not married, tapi dia suka panggil diri dia cik kan. So we have to, memanglah dia tak married even though she's 40s, tapi kita nak panggil, sepuluh kita panggil dia puan lah. Sebab dia our superior.
Tapi dia tak nak.
Dia suka lebih panggil dia cik. So kita pun rasa macam cik ni usually kita panggil woman yang macam baru posting, baru
Ya. I totally agree with you. Yes. Tak apa lagi panggil miss je lah.
Alright. Okay.
Tapi kalau dia head of department, you kena jaga-jagalah.
Yalah.
Kid,
yes.
I want to know where to use dear and greeting. Greeting all, dear all. Which one? Which?
Dear all. Dear all formal. Greeting all less formal. Actually, it's not greeting all. It's greetings. Ada S ujung.
Okay.
Alright.
How to address managers of department? Dear or greeting also?
Are you lower than the managers? Are you same level with the managers, or are you higher than the managers?
I executive. I lower.
Lower. You are writing dear managers.
Dear managers.
Yes. Dear managers.
Dear managers.
Yes. Jangan dear all. Kalau dear all ni your same level ataupun lower, dear all lah.
Okay. Understood.
Jangan main-main you. Alright. Other questions?
Kit, just now you mentioned that you have the full list of the salutation. Is that possible to have the whole copy? Just for extra knowledge now.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me see whether it's here. Yes, you can have. Then I can, because I also teach Malaysian culture to incoming expats. So I have to teach them correctly. Jangan tak hormat orang kita. Can, nanti I can give you.
Through email or what? Through WhatsApp or email?
So through WhatsApp. Yeah, have your WhatsApp, I can send. Can. Yeah, especially you in hotels, you better have the correct name. I teach the expats who are coming in as general managers of convention centers. So I do for MyTech and I do for KL Convention Center.
So you can send me this full list of salutation through WhatsApp lah.
Can.
Miss Kit.
All right. Okay. Other questions?
Madam Kit, I have one question regarding salutation. Basically, when we write official letter to our suppliers, vendors, sometimes in one letter we give to two or one company. For example, attention to this company A under Dato, but this letter also we CC to another supplier, which is not Datuk, but Mr. Ng. So for example, so how our after the subject, the salutation, how we write down the salutation?
You write to YBHG Datuk, and then you the CC tak apa, you just CC on the you send the email kan?
Later.
Oh, letter. So you just CC to Mr. apa benda lah, tak apa. That's okay.
But the salutation is attention to Datuk lah. Yang berbahagia Datuk lah.
Yes.
Okay.
CC is just for notification. So not critical lah. In our purpose, the Datuk is more important. Is it okay, Azam?
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
All right. Okay, any other questions?
Kate, just want to confirm your handphone number again, 012-915-8609.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Let's break up for tea, and then you are in no hurry to go anywhere kan? 5:30 boleh end today. You're not going to check your neighbor's kucing ke?
Can.
Tak ada?
Yes, I can make my time for that.
All right, okay. So we go for tea now. We come back 4:15.
Thank you, Kate.
All right.
Okay, see you soon.
Thank you.
To do. Then you can say your approval is appreciated. That's what you're asking your superior to do. You want your superior to approve whatever that you are writing to him or her. Or your advice is appreciated, or your guidance is appreciated. This is to your superior. But when you write to your subordinate, you write your cooperation. You jangan tulis your cooperation to your superior pula. Your superior give approval, give advice, give guidance. Your subordinate, the one below you, your cooperation. To the people sama dengan you, you can also ask for your cooperation. But when you are writing externally, you ask for your response by Thursday, berapa hari bulan is appreciated. That's all. So the A, B, C, D. So E is your signature line. How do you sign off? Yours sincerely is when you wrote to the salutation ada Dear Mr. Lim. But you write yours faithfully bila you don't know the name of that person, which should be obsolete by now because you should know the name of the person you're writing to. Or when you are writing to a group of people, dear all is to a whole department. Tapi kalau you are writing to superiors, you better write dear managers or whatever. And your sign off is yours sincerely, your name on your designation, or yours sincerely, the name of the company, name and designation. This one you can organize with your IT department to write down. So it's like a template in your email, how you sign off. That's all. Main differences: internal less formal, external more formal. Internal shorter than formal, external longer than informal. You can use short forms in your internal because in the hospital, if you say ONG, everybody knows it's the gynae. But if you write externally ONG, nanti Dane kata oil and gas industry. And internally, you can have more specific timeline. So instead of just writing your reply by Thursday, what time, you can write there your reply Thursday by 3 p.m. is appreciated. Right? And then externally, always use the proper name of the recipient. That's all. Okay, so let me show you an example of how you write externally. This is sample for external. This is external. Initiation. That means you are now Ku Yuan Kim. These are real people and these are real letters. So you write there, Dear Mr. Lim. I mean, you are writing to Lim. So this is Lim Guan Chai. So you are writing to Dear Mr. Lim, request for invoice for 31st March 2021. So Even the title is factual. So the first line you must always say is thank you for your continuous support. Why do you say thank you to, you are writing to somebody, why do you say thank you? Just now FIFA tanya, dia nak tulis surat stern but polite. There you put the thank you FIFA. Thank you for your continuous support. Your invoice, so thank you for your continuous support. Your invoice for the delivery of is outstanding. Then your reply by is appreciated. Thank you, yours sincerely. Okay. The analysis of the letter that you initiate. Salutation, dear Mr. Lim. Subject line, request for invoice. Meta application. I consider thank you for your continuous support is a meta application. Meta application is like your metaverse. It's something that you cannot see, but you feel it. You cannot see, you cannot see. Why you want to thank you this person? But the thank you has an effect. Why does this thank you have an effect on the reader of your email? Kalau job application for a job which is advertised, thank you for your advertisement dated. Macam itulah. So when you do your thank you, when people say thank you to you, you feel appreciated. But this is the part that you want people to feel that they are appreciated. And jangan kedekut. In one day, you can write as many thank yous as you can because you got no quota. You can write as many as you want. You don't have to pay for it. What? You just being polite. The purpose, the background is your invoice is outstanding. What is your request to the reader? Your reply by is appreciated. Closing, thank you again. Sign off, yours sincerely. So in one letter that you send out, you can do 2 thank yous. 1 thank you here, number 3 is a thank you, number 6 is a thank you. Dah, itu je. This is you initiate the letter. Now you reply the letter. You reply the letter, chances are you cannot change the title because it's an email. So thank you again. Thank you for your concern and request. We have attached the relevant, ni dia ni, tak payah, we hereby attach, tak payah. Somebody said just now, we herewith attach, tak payah. We have attached the relevant invoice in PDF for your payment. Your cooperation is appreciated. Thank you, yours sincerely. When you analyze, dear, salutation, dear. Subject line, same title. Meta application, thank you for your concern and request. Dated, berapa hari bulan. Response, we have attached the relevant invoice number in PDF for your payment. Request, your cooperation is appreciated. Closing, thank you. Sign off, yours sincerely. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You go back here, you go back here. A, subject line. B, salutation. C, background. D, request. E, closing. F, signature line. And you have your meta application after your salutation. Can see? And you can use this template. Whether you are writing or you are replying, you can use this template. This is when you are writing to ask for something, and then this is your reply to the letter which comes in. Questions?
Madam Kate,
yes.
How do we use regards?
If you are very familiar with that person, so instead of writing yours sincerely, you write regards. Yours sincerely is formal. Regards is less formal. If you already know, this person very well, maybe you don't even put dear Miss Koo Yuan Kim. Maybe you only put there good afternoon Yuan Kim. Less formal lah. Bila dia
regards ni formal or informal?
Informal.
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 Do we use it on the bottom of our letter,
yes,
or in first sentence or
No.
into salutation regarding your letter birth or regarding
No regarding, you put thank you in the at the top.
all right.
Okay. If you want to put regards, you don't put yours sincerely here. Best regards or warm wishes. Macam itulah. So when you are very familiar with the recipient, you do that.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions?
Thank you and best regard tu dia kena asing ke ataupun boleh sama-sama satu word?
Boleh lah. Kalau nak best regard sudah kawan dah. Tapi preferably, I pun kalau kawan, I still use thank you here and I will put cheers here. I tak bubuh pun best regards. Thank you.
Sometimes I receive some formal letters from the other department ataupun outside of my organization. I don't even know him or her. Tapi dia use regards. Saya rasa macam is it macam formal ke informal ke macam mana kan?
It's informal. If you don't even know the person writing to you, stay formal. Yours sincerely. Best regards, warm wishes, warm regards, all those things that informal lah dah tu.
Alright. Thank you, madam.
Right. Other questions? All the names that I use in my example are all real people. They're all my friends. That's why I can use. All right. No questions? Okay. Sometimes we have this thing called rally email. Email tu tak habis-habis, sambung. In one day, 3-4 times. Most probably internal email. You are on a project and then you keep on discussing with each other, ni, kesana kemari, and there's a group of you. Then you call it a rally email. So rally email ni, if you are not careful, sometimes you have to scroll back many emails in order for you to understand what's happening. So it is recommended that you do a summary. After 5 emails, do summary. Now, the situation is who is going to do the summary? There are a couple of ideas. One, you appoint somebody as the summary maker. Number 2, Monday Ali buat summary. Tuesday Jenny buat summary. Wednesday Kumar buat summary. So it can be in that manner so that you don't burden anybody. Because kalau you tunggu somebody volunteer to do a summary, tak jadinya. Everybody say, oh, I know he will do, I know she will do, I know you, tak jadi. So at the very top of your discussion tu, siap-siap assign. Do summary for the email. Okay, Monday Jenny will do. Tuesday siapa pula until you complete your project. Then you don't have to scroll backward 20 email nak check orang ni cakap apa. No need, don't waste time. So this is a shortcut way of dealing with rally email, because kadang-kadang rally kalau tak ada buat summary, some people repeat, orang tu dah cakap dah. Semalam orang tu dah cakap. Hari ni orang ni tanya lagi soalan. That's wasting a lot of time. So you do rally email. So the format of rally email is like this. Time, date. What was the decision or discussion about? Time, date. Alright? Biasa tak rally email? Tak ada? You don't do rally email? Tak pernah? Ada.
Can you give an example, madam?
Okay, for example, you are working on a project. Kan? In that project team ada 6 orang. Dan orang ni bagi idea ni, orang ni bagi idea ni, orang ni bagi idea, 3 orang dah bagi idea kan. And after 3 orang, is tomorrow. Tomorrow suddenly the 4th person pula nak tanya balik because he didn't read everybody's email. So in order to avoid wasting time reading balik orang ni punya email or cross email ni, you do lah summary. At the beginning of every day there must be a summary. So that yesterday punya discussion all covered. You do a summary. So that's why the summary looks like this. Now, when, what time, in case in one day you got 25 emails on the same matter, or you put down the date and what was the decision on the discussion. But nowadays, I think all of us do a lot of rally email, but we don't meet people and we don't do the Zoom meeting. So that's why we do a lot of email. Is that clear, Azam?
So meaning that when we like to reply the email or to update the email based on previous discussion or yesterday's discussion with the inter-department, so meaning that we recap back lah before I start what I want to say today.
Yes. Senang.
Okay.
Senang kan? Rather than apa ke somebody said in his email dated bila ke apa ke. Oh, messy. We do the rally email, shortcut everything. Shortcut for everybody, help everybody in time management. Boleh Azam?
Okay, get the idea. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Any questions? Okay, tak ada soalan. Everybody okay, comfortable?
Okay.
Okay,
madam.
Okay, all right. So we are done, we email, we are done. Now we're moving on to reporting. How many of you actually write reports and proposals? Raise your hands. Raise your hands. Reports and proposals ni. Reports, okay. Reports are something dah jadi. Proposals belum jadi. That's the only difference. Of course, when you do proposals, you must include your budget. When you do reports, it's costing, tapi it's also included. Right? Okay. So you must have certain skills lah to write reports and proposals. So one main skill, you are able to use your computer well. You're able to use your computer well. You know basic. You must know your basic Microsoft Word. You must know how to draw diagrams. You must know how to use your Excel table. These are the basic things that you must know in order for you to prepare a proper report. Report or proposal, And then you must know how to write. That means your English lah. And you must be able to translate your ideas into graphic. Because remember just now we did visual, anything that's visual is always more attractive than anything that's in words. Then you must have some basic problem solving tools. You write in the chat box, what are the problem solving tools that you know? An example of a problem solving tool would be like a checklist, a Gantt chart, process flow chart. You know how to draw your graphs using the Excel table. What else? You write in the chat box. You know how to use your Ishikawa. You know how to use your Kawakita. Those are your basic problem solving tools. Timetable what for? FIFA sudah. If you don't know, I'm sure you know lah. Takkan tak tahu. Sekurang-kurangnya you know how to do process flow chart. Boleh? Boleh ke tak boleh ni process flow chart? Checklist definitely lah. Checklist, check sheet, okay. Process flow chart. Don't know Okay, never mind. And then you must know how to write in such a way you are interacting with the readers. Okay, all right. So that's the description of all the 5 items that I have here. So the descriptions are here. What is facility technology? What is ability to write clearly? What is ability to show ideas graphically? What are your problem solving tools? And interact with readers. Now, whenever you have a proposal or a report to write, you have a certain amount of time, betul tak? Now, the amount of time that you have must be divided into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That means you gather information 20%, you plan 30%, you write 30%, you must know how to edit 10%, and where necessary, you redo another 10%. Okay? So now you have a paper to write, and then now you know how to divide your time. The next thing you need to know is you must know the anatomy, the arrangement of the different parts of a report. So a report starts with title page, letter of transmittal. A letter of transmittal is only applicable if you are writing the proposal or the report to an outside body. If you are writing internally, there is no letter of transmittal. Letter of transmittal is just ordinary letter lah. And then you should know how to do your table of contents using your Microsoft Word. Then in the report, you always have a summary, you have an introduction, you have methodology, you have findings, you have conclusions, you have recommendations, you have references, and you have appendices. This is the arrangement of the whole part. And then for a proposal, you have title page, same, letter of transmittal, same, table of contents, same, summary, same. But for the proposal, for the report, you have introduction. But for the proposal, you have a statement of need because it's a proposal. You must justify why you are doing this proposal. Then you have discussions. You have project. What is the project that you're doing? You have the methodology you are employing. And then you have your budget. And then what is the outcome you expect? And then you have your references. Now, even though the report is arranged like this, the proposal is arranged like this, but when you are writing, the arrangement is not like this. Okay, any questions? Any questions?
No question on my end.
Fadli, any question?
I'm okay so far, so good.
Okay, all right.
I just need to know the difference between the report of proposal and a report. I in my organization we do a lot of proposal, and there are lots of kind of version lah. So this is one of a kind that I see is a good proposal lah, method how it should be done lah in my organization.
Okay. I'm afraid you have to tell me again what's your organization, what's your industry?
My organization is education, specifically in a school lah. So when we need to use money, especially I am in a government school, so we have to write a proposal. Usually there are lots of units lah under me. Sometimes in the curriculum, sometimes in the sport, sometimes in the student affair. So lots of proposal, and the teacher in charge of the unit, they have to come up with some sort of proposal before we can approve and to use the budget lah. So when I see your diagram here, it's make me more clearer lah after this. What should I check on the proposal?
Okay. Valid. So when you do proposal, there always must be a statement of need. So what I'm doing with you today is a crash course lah, because you all champion apa. We do a crash course on reports in comparison to proposal. So all the heading yang warna brown ni is on proposal. If you look at all your notes, Anything with the brown heading, light white writing is proposal. Anything with gray background with dark writing is report. Okay, so first you must know the anatomy. Macam mana pun must know the anatomy, and then we will work on to find out how do you prepare, right? Okay, so see, when you compare the anatomy between the sequence of preparation, the anatomy looks like this, but the sequence of preparation looks like this. Title here is number 1, title here is number 6. Okay, title here number 1, title here number 6. Letter of transmittal here number 2, because that's the arrangement of the document. Letter of transmittal here is number 5. But the hard work is here. The hard work is here. All right. For a proposal, this is how you should work. Project, methodology, outcome, budget. And then you start writing. Once you have started writing, you write. You tak boleh nak patah balik pula baru nak tahu what is budget. Tak boleh. You must clarify everything at this point. Then you baru tulis. Right? So this is how it work out. So you gather your information. Step number one, gather all the information. And then what's your methodology? What method are you using? Depending on what your project is. So then you go on to justification. And what are your findings? Discussion on your findings, conclusions and recommendations. And then you plan or draft. So this part, if you go back to your time allocation, is this one. And when you start planning, is this one. You gathering information 20%. So 20% is, this is your 20%. This is your 20%. Then barulah start drafting. You plan and you draft. That's your 30%. Once this is completed, then only you start writing. Whether it, when the background is ochre like this, it is applicable for both reports and proposal. Then you start writing. Once you start writing, the first thing that you want to write is introduction for a report or statement of need for a proposal. And then what method are you using? What method are you using? And then you get your findings. If you get your method correct, then you can get your findings. After your findings, conclusions, recommendations, baru tulis. Last kali baru tulis summary. You cannot write the summary before all these things. You must write your summary after all these things. That's why this is the preparation of the parts. Once you have done all that, then letter of transmittal is like a no-brainer, just ordinary letter, title, page, suka hati you lah nak design apa benda. Appendices, when you have attachments, and then you have to refer to your references, because sometimes you borrow from here and there, then you have references, and then you use your Microsoft Word to prepare the table of content. So the arrangement of writing is not according to the anatomy. Agak-agaknya why? Agak-agaknya why? Because our brain, once you start writing, you ni dah macam kereta api dah. You nak jalan je. So I have this diagram here. So when you start writing, you have this train of thought. Train of thought refers to the process in your brain that when you start writing, you tulis je. You tak payah nak patah balik, nak kata, oh, I don't have the diagram for the methodology. Then you stop writing. And then you go and cari pula lagi information. That is the part which makes people fed up with report writing, because they buat report writing tu not systematically. So kalau kita buat benda systematically, we are doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 systematically. Kalau kita buat report yang pening kepala lah buat report, because you are doing 1, you're doing 2, dah sampai 3, alah, lupalah nak find out ni, then you have to do research. So you are writing and then you do research. And then after the research, you come back here. And then you dah fed up. Then you dah stop. That's why some people tulis report and take a long time, which is no good. You waste a lot of time. So that is why you must do report systematically. Right? Questions? So even though it's only an 1-day class and a quarter-day class for report writing, I have given you notes as if it is usually I do report writing 2 hari, I do proposal writing 2 hari, but because you're a special class of people, I have given you all the notes that you need in order to compile a report. So I have the explanation for what are business reports, what are business reports, and then different types of business reports. Then what's a proposal? Different types of proposal. But whether we are writing a report or whether we are writing a proposal, we always use the third person. This is your writing skill lah. This is the part that I say you must know how to write. At the very beginning, skills of a report writer, skills of a proposal writer, you must know how to write. Write meaning applying the correct grammar, writing correct title, and so on and so forth. Right? So use the third party means he, she, it, they. That's the perspective. It is more formal. When you write in the third person, it is more formal. Okay? And passive voice. When you write reports, always passive voice. The focus is not on the first person, it is on the subject of the report. So that is why we leave it to the third party. Because what is most important in a proposal or a report is the subject of what you are writing. Right? And then developing your writing plan. How do you develop your writing plan? That's why I use the train of thought. Once you start writing, you jangan berhenti. You buat. And remember, when you are writing, you must remember you also, when you are doing this part, doing this part, methodology, surely ada diagram. Betul? You must have diagrams. You cannot write reports without diagrams. What kind of diagrams? You must have your process flow chart. Skill, mana skill? You must have your problem solving tools. You must have your process flow chart. You must have your Gantt chart. Especially if you're writing a proposal, you must have your Gantt chart. Kalau tidak, mana I tahu you punya project ni berapa bulan? 3 bulan ke, 6 bulan ke, 12 bulan ke? So you must have your Gantt chart. Do you know what's a Gantt chart or not? No. Raise your hands if you don't know what is a Gantt chart. Everybody knows. Everybody knows, eh? Okay, so if you know what's a Gantt chart, then you must also know your process flow chart. Your process flow chart yang arrow from here to here to here to here to process flow lah. And then you must know how to draw your graphs. And then you must know how to choose which graphs are more suitable for what. Right? So these things, because people who write reports and people who write proposal, people who writes email kat sini, this level. People who writes reports, this level. People who writes proposal, dah sampai sini dah. So if you're just writing email, you're at this level. You are writing reports, you're already here. Fantastic dah. And then sikit lagi, you can write proposals. Right? Soalan. You okay or not? Okay. I think you okay lah. No answer. Tak tahu lah pula kau dah tidur.
Okay, okay.
Okay. All right. So different types of proposals. And then because just now siapa Fahmi kata proposals sometimes you ask for the proposal, it is called solicited proposals. When you ask for proposals, you have formal requests. So when you have formal requests, it is called RFP, request for proposals, or RFA. What is A? Request for? Evie, are you there?
Yes.
What is RFA? RFP, request for proposal. RFA, request for?
Advice. Acknowledgement?
Acknowledgement, no, not acknowledgement.
Analysis.
Request for
approval.
No, tak ada, no approval. Apa lagi? RFA. Google lah. You all don't Google lah.
Radio Free Asia.
RFA. RFA, that one medical abbreviation lah tu.
What about arrangement? Is it possible?
Pardon?
Arrangement. Request for arrangement. Is
No.
it possible to do it? Okay.
No, it's not arrangement. RFA request.
Ablation.
Itu medical. Itu medical. That one your homework lah.
Request for application.
Request for application.
No. It's not request for application.
Financing arrangements.
That's why lah cannot use abbreviation.
Your RFA is using in finance or construction or logistics or manufacturing or banking or corporate or what?
Maybe this is more for corporate, RFQ rather than RFA. RFQ, request for quote. Request for quotation. All right?
Yours is in corporate.
Corporate, yes. So you have solicited and unsolicited. That means you didn't ask for proposal, somebody just give you proposal. That's unsolicited. But if it's formal, it's RFP and RFQ. RFP, request for proposal, and RFQ, change the A to Q for quotation. Right? All right. Okay, now we are developing the reality financial advisors. Pandai lah. Request for advice. Okay. All right. So then once you start writing, so you must take this very seriously lah. You must take this writing punya process ni very seriously. What do you do number 1? What do you do number 2? What do you do number 3? What do you do number 4? What do you do number 5? What do you do number 6? Once you have done this, you have done the writing, then you can go back and check the diagram. What do you do? You write already, isn't it? First you gather, then you plan, now you have written. Then you have to do editing. Once you have done editing, what is the process of editing? Kenalah, you cannot submit things to people without checking. So this is the flow chart. This is the process flow chart. This is the 4-symbol process flow chart. 4 symbol, 1 symbol, 2 symbol, line symbol, but there is no diamond. There should be a diamond. So you start writing, write. There, summary here. then letter of transmitter, then title. Then what is gathering information? This is the detail of how to do proposal pula. This is the diagram. After this, for proposal, it's important that you write the name of the people involved in the proposal lah, so that justify lah. We all know all very clever people, so that's why we can write this proposal. Macam tu. Tapi some people say it's optional lah. Request for architecture. Tak ada lah, not request for architecture. And then the next thing is, when you have collected all your information, you are advised to do the mind map. I hope all of you remember how to do the mind map. Ingat ke? If you don't remember, you can study the diagram. You have the diagram, it's in your notes. How to do mind map. And then what's the methodology? This is the part that you have all the problem solving tool lah. I think request for advancement. Hello, no, not possible. So when you do the methodology, I keep on saying, you must know your process flow chart. You must know this one. You must know how to draw this one. Okay. You must know how to draw this one. EV tak payah. Request for American dollars tak payah. And then you have done all that in a mind map, then only you start writing. Why do you think people takut nak write reports or proposal? Fahmi, why do you think people takut nak tulis reports or proposal?
My insecurity would be, I would how do I say, lajak masa.
You don't know how to manage your time.
So yes, I don't manage my time properly. Let's say I'm preparing my Gantt chart and then I expected to finish in 1 week, right? It won't be finished in 1 week.
Janganlah,
But
tak boleh lah. So that's why you must.
So that's my insecurity.
Okay, so that's why you must stick to this one. You must memorize this inside your head. Tell yourself, and your 1 week is not 1 week tau. You don't work on Saturday, Sunday, betul?
Yes.
So you only have 5 days. And your 5 days is not 5 times 24 kan?
No. It would be like 8 hours. I would spend.
No. Because you got other work to do.
Okay.
5 hari tu takkan 5 hari you duduk situ beku buat report. Tak ada. Because you got other work to do. So after you minus here, minus there, you only about 3 hours one day buat report. So you only have effectively 3 times 5, 15 hours. 15 hours.
Okay.
So from the 15 hours, you divide here. 20% of 15 hours berapa? No, do it in minutes. 20% of 15 hours is how much? 30% of 15 hours is how much? Then only you can start drawing your Gantt chart.
It's 180 minutes.
Okay.
So 20%.
20% is 180 minutes. 30% will be 200 and something minutes, 250 minutes. You divide lah macam tu.
Okay, clear idea on how to plan my report, report planning.
Then after you have gotten that, then you break into your Gantt chart. Then only you can break into your Gantt chart. Then you tak terlajak masa dah.
Okay.
But you must know strictly, within that 180 minutes to what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? So all the explanation is given here. What about the others?
Okay, thank you, madam.
What about the others?
Sorry, actually, I just want to know about the Gantt chart.
Okay, Gantt chart. You're familiar with your? No. Let's Fadli explain what's a Gantt chart. Fadli explain. Make sure he is doing it correctly. Fadli explain Gantt chart.
Gantt chart is macam flowchart, bukan flowchart lah, sorry, proses macam you buat kotak-kotak. This is in my department lah. Kita akan buat kotak-kotak. Okay, from January to February, what you do? After March until kata let's say June, what do you do? And then sampai end of the year, macam bulan 12, what we have to finish. Adalah, like as a teacher, we do have a lesson plan. So how many topic do we have to teach before midterm, end of the term? They kind of macam tu lah, from my understanding lah.
Okay, you gave a very summary of a summary. Let me give you the picture of a Gantt chart. A Gantt chart is your Excel table, Paisy. And the experts inside here, please help me. The Gantt chart is an Excel table. So if you have to write a report, for example, so you break down your Gantt chart. Column number 1 is your sequence, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Column number 2, what is it that you're supposed to do? So in this case, you are supposed to gather, number 1, number 2, plan, number 3, write, number 4, edit, number 5, redo. The next column is person in charge, who is responsible for gathering information. Maybe you have a team, 2-3 orang punya nama, put the next column. Maybe you are doing by yourself, but most probably when you prepare a report ke proposal, you are working in a team, 2 or 3 of you together. So who is responsible for what? That's column number 3. Column number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8 or more is the timeline. So the Gantt chart will give you a timeline. On what date, for how long are you doing gathering of information? And you are lucky, these activities in this diagram, they are not overlapping, they are sequential. So number 1, you are gathering information. For example, PZ, number 1, you are gathering information for 1 whole week. So from Monday until Friday, you are gathering information. But like I said to Fadli just now, you don't have 5 days because you got other work to do. So you only have probably 3 hours on Monday, 3 hours on Tuesday, 3 hours until 3 hours on Friday. Then you start next week, Saturday, Sunday tak buat kerja kan? Next week on Monday, you start your planning pula. So you follow the horizontal line pula. And then you follow the next horizontal line, right? Follow editing apa benda, then follow editing, and then you set your Gantt chart before you start so that you follow the schedule very strictly. Then you are on time. If you don't do your Gantt chart, probably macam Fadli lah, always terlajak time. Okay, PZ? PZ, your background is hotel line
Yeah.
So that's why you work in a hotel lah. But you should know how to do a Gantt chart because it is just your Excel table.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
If you don't know, I can send you sample. It's not hard. If you Google also, you can get how to draw a Gantt chart. Very easy. Once you dah biasa do Gantt chart, you always want to do Gantt chart. And first you have your allocation of time, and then you have your Gantt chart, and then you do your process flow chart. Then you know exactly what activity, for how long, all that. Then your time management is fantastic. Because semua orang takut buat report and proposal, semua orang, bukan Fadli seorang. Semua orang takut tak cukup masa. Betul tak?
Betul.
Semua orang takut because takut tak cukup masa. Sure one. Except for Evie, because she doesn't work 8 hours a day. She works 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. All right. Okay. Other questions? You have other questions?
Okay.
Yeah.
The proposal and report is about data science, right? Data science, right?
Data science is only one part of the report.
Which part of the
methodology?
Methodology.
Other questions? Other comments? Other questions? Other comments?
I don't have questions at the moment.
Okay. Alright. Fahmi tak apa, baru college. So your knowledge on all these things is still very fresh. Okay. The other yang student tadi apa? Iza yang student?
Yes.
Iza, what do you study
Management.
Degree, business management.
Yes, degree. In policy.
Wow. Policy and politics.
More like politik based theory dasar-dasar macam tu.
Which university is this? IIUM?
UMT, Universiti Malaysia Terengganu.
Oh, I see. Oh. So Iza doesn't do much gun chatting lah. Okay. So you must do this. That is the main reason people takut nak buat reports and proposal, because they all takut tak cukup masa. Number one. What are other reasons people are afraid to write reports and proposal? Azam, what are the reasons, Azam?
Reason number one, need to spend a lot of time sebab sebelum di kelas tak clear in term of structure. Actually kita guna kadang-kadang structure tu not sesuai untuk report. Kadang-kadang kita campur proposal to report. So now already know lah that kita need to define semua report punya format. This one under proposal punya format. Then kita need to do a pre-study macam tadi, gather information first, gather idea, and then craft, and then do and allocate time. Thank for the tips. So now I think no worry to write a report lah. Actually nak write report ni dia lost lah. Between kita tulis, alamak apa benda nak tulis
Betul. When you don't know what to write tu, you panic lah kan. So on Monday you minta kat boss, do you have any report to write? Gitu.
Okay.
Okay. So number one, we are afraid to do reports and proposals because of time. Number two, we are not sure of the structure. Now you got the structure already, so you cannot go wrong. All right. These are the two things that make people really takut write reports and proposals. Bukan dia tak ada idea, dia ada idea and very clever. Tapi the question will be, where to start? How to start? Macam tu. So you have this.
Precisely.
Yes. It's a smooth journey lah kiranya. You know how much time you have. You do your Gantt chart. If you want more advanced, you do your flow chart. And then you got the structure already. And you know the process. Done. Macam gitu. The next problem is yang nak tulis tu lah. Grammar ke. Please don't do Google Translate. Whatever it is, you please don't do Google Translate. What you do, because you must know, this is the part yang, siapa ni tanya? FIFA tanya. Under methodology, you must use infographics. Data science tu kat sini lah. You must know how much ni, what is the trend now, apa benda. Gitu. And then infographics pula, they all bisu, so you must know how to label them correctly. But nak label, but we must understand, not all infographics relevant to your report. Some infographics relevant, some infographics not relevant. So if you use the wrong infographic, then it is bad for your report. So you must know what are the good infographics that you want to display. And then this is how you label. And then if you have a diagram like this, you must know what words to use. Refers, represents, demonstrates, highlights. Minimal, small changes, minimal. Insignificant, gradual, modest. Or significant, a lot. Notable, substantial, large. Increase, rise, climb, surge down. So all this kind of labeling is important. All these words you must use for the labeling. So when you write the introduction, just now I told you already, for reports introduction, the diagram for introduction is like this. What was the previous state? What is the impact of the project? What is the current state? So that's the introduction for a report. For a statement of need, why specifically must you do this project? You must explain, and how do you know it's a problem? How do you construct? So I have this 3 criteria to construct a strong statement of need. Okay, strong statement of need is for proposal. Focus on the main issue. C, must use data and comparative statistics. Must highlight the possible barriers. So this is how you can write a statement of need. What is the project? Hands-on construction. Focus, improve employability of youth. Justification. What are the core concerns? Number 1, unemployment rate very high. Number 2, unskilled youth. Like that lah. So qualitative. So you have to find, you do findings. You must have numbers. You jangan arbitrary je, tak ada. You must have, I sent out 100 questionnaires. 80 questionnaires came back. 20 is positive. The other 60 is negative. Macam tu. So it's qualitative. It's not quantitative. We don't want a lot of things. Tapi doesn't mean anything. We want yang ada evidence. Ada proof. So proof means must have numbers. So discussions on findings, budget. Usually people who write proposals are not necessarily finance or accounting people. So kita kena belanja lah Starbucks 1 ke 2 ke, minta tolong dia orang buat. Tapi dia tak boleh buat sendiri-sendiri. Kita mesti tolong dia apa benda. So that's I call the Starbucks project lah. Get them to help you. Okay, and then you have to draw conclusions. When you draw conclusions, whatever you did in the project will be the conclusions. Okay, whatever outside that is relevant to the project will be recommendations. Okay. Usually the nicer report or the nicer proposals will have great recommendations. Conclusion is just from the findings, tapi recommendations is from the outside. See number 4, not number 4. Based on findings, be specific. All right. Then another problem yang we have, how to write summary. Those days when I was writing reports, I pun garu kepala nak tulis summary ni macam mana. Masa tu mana ada internet nak buat research. So in order to write a summary, we must also understand nama lain-lain untuk summary. It is also called an abstract. It's also called an executive summary. It is also called a précis. It's also called a synopsis. So when you want to write the summary is very important. The summary is like title just now, very important. Because if people read your summary and they say, wow, good, then they will read the rest of the report or the rest of the proposal. But if your summary is 6:30, tak minat lah. Okay, so ni dianya content of the summary. Very easy. Number 1, ask the question why. Why are you doing this? So answer dia, purpose of the report or the proposal. Number 2, what is the scope of your report and what is the scope of the proposal? So you answer what issues are covered and what issues are not covered, scope. How, methodology. How much, the cost incurred for a report and the budget for the proposal. What are the important results or outcome? So what? So what is your conclusion? So what will be your recommendation? That's all. That's all. So if you want to write a summary, jawab je soalan-soalan ni dah boleh. Right? And then they are arranged in the same order in the report.
Madam.
Yes.
What about the problem statement? Do they fall somewhere in summary or is it like other else?
Introduction.
Else is introduction. Okay.
Under introduction, and you pinch a little bit of that and put here purpose of the report, kan? Tak payah pusing-pusing. Sometimes we are very happy when our report is 20 pages. Sometimes I do edit a lot of reports. Sometimes the report can be 5 pages je. Tapi kita happy kalau report tebal-tebal. Actually no need. If you can contain your information in 5 pages, janganlah menyusah orang membaca tu nak kena baca sampai 20 pages. Alright? Odin is M Nordin. I have been off SOCMED since the PKP lah. Even my LinkedIn is not updated. You can check my LinkedIn, ada, tapi it's not updated. Alright, okay. Questions? Don't worry, even if now you tak teringat any question, you got my number, you send to me. Don't worry, I reply. Right? Tapi I pun macam EV dia work 12 hours every day. I think I work slightly more lah EV. I think I work 13 hours every day. Okay. Alright. Done. We are done. So what we have done today is to understand communication and to understand how to write email, proposal and report. You only champion tau, dalam satu hari boleh buat. Okay, questions? What? Din is at CMMS section at PrefCam. What is PrefCam?
Oh, okay. Dekat Pengerang ni kita ada joint venture dengan antara Petronas dengan Aramco.
Yes.
50-50 profit sharing. Dan bila joint venture company dia tak boleh ada nama Petronas, tak boleh ada nama Aramco.
Oh, so that one lah become PrefCam ni.
PrefCam.
Okay, so today ni you are here lah ni, you are in KL lah.
Betul.
I have a feeling the connection in Pengerang so 50-50.
Betul, sampai sekarang lah dia punya tu macam proposal yang kita buat reporting sebab dia 50-50 masing-masing tak nak mengalah that's why kalau nak tulis reporting pun macam kita dah tahu agak-agak mesti akan kena slash.
I
and then
see.
kena redo dan tak habis-habis lah.
Tapi
relatable actually.
tapi no I am thinking I am thinking that you should adopt Aramco punya reporting because Aramco has been around twice longer than Petronas, betul tak?
Betul. Cuma Petronas ni sebab yang datang kat situ datang daripada anak-anak syarikat Petronas yang lain, dan dia bermacam-macam culture. So bila datang tu masing-masing nak tunjuk yang dia tu
tunjuk dia taring lah, nak tunjuk dia punya taring lah.
That's right. Macam itulah jadi keadaan sana lah.
Okay lah, I understand. Okay, alright. Okay, so if you don't have any questions, I have a question for all who are still present here. Because I think many have left. Evie, many left already, Evie. Yalah. Okay, so I have a question for you. Each one of you must answer my question. Even though we did an express class today, can you tell me what did you learn? In this express class, what did you learn? I will start with whatever that I am seeing in front of me. FIFA, what did you learn today, FIFA?
Constructing email.
Email
Constructing.
Constructing email, all right. Fadli, what did you learn today?
What I learned is how to look at a proposal and its content, and also what to write in the report and what to expect from the others to read.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Fahmi, what did you learn today?
Okay. Actually, I learned a lot today. It's a benefitful day for me today. It's literally give me a new insight for my communication skill development. So I was like, I never knew the stuff such as Merabian principle. And then record, I knew record, but I never use record for how do I say, to cater in my communication skills. And then the facility was very helpful to identify on how do we deal with those people, and then how we actually can adjust ourselves. And I assume that we actually can transit ourselves from eagle to peacock and vice versa, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. That's very helpful. And then we also look at the video. The video was funny. And then what's more, right? Okay. And then for the emails, actually I did a lot of email during my study days. But then, yeah, it seems that I make a certain mistake where I don't really, how do I say it? Really stress on the details such as the numbers, because I usually stating date and time, and then as well as sometimes my name of program, like. But then when it comes to like how many people there, I mean like another details that should be in a quantitative, I usually miss out that. And then, oh yeah, it would be helpful to include the quantitative properties in your subject lines, because it helps the recipient to have a clear idea on what is going on. And then for the proposal report part, it's literally I practice a lot during my study days, but then the problem I mentioned just now is I don't know where to start, and eventually I miss out the due dates, and I make a lot of extensions. And another point that makes me really think report is a, how do I say, macam banyak kerja, is because I don't think report is my main priority, right? If I was a student that going to have a lot of research in my hand, so I simply focus on research. But then the lecturer would be definitely asked for my report writing, because I need to submit the thesis, technical report, stuff and stuff like that. So yeah.
Okay, very good. Then.
Oh yeah. A lot of
thank you, madam.
Information I get today, like communication skill, okay, eye contact, satu lagi yang ni I kena belajar lah, compartmentalization. Sebab macam I banyak jumpa orang lah yang dekat Pengerang ni kan projek pun kerja production pun bermasalah sekarang ni. Jadi mental orang kat sana tu bermacam-macam. Dia cakap je terus dia high pitch. Dia cakap tak pakai akal pun ada. Macam itulah kat sana kan.
Effective email business.
So lagi yang saya boleh belajar tu dia lah on writing. Writing email. Sebab I nampak ada orang sebab bila writing email yang dia orang hantar ni ramai yang tak baca, yang tak faham, and then macam-macam lah dia orang buat. Semua capital letter tulis. Nak suruh macam tengoklah apa yang ditulis, and then lagi yang dia nak kita pay attention ni, dia letak lagi red color and bold lagi. Itu saya rasa communication email writing tu tak boleh rasanya.
Zero. No red color, no bold, no caps.
Macam tu. So I tengok ramai yang buat, dia dah jadi macam trend lah kat sana. Okay, so I dapat belajar banyak lah kat sini. So I kena practice lagi.
Alright.
Lagi yang I tengok I kena upskill lagi lah untuk proposal. Writing proposal. That's all lah.
Alright.
Feedback.
Alright. Daisy. What did you learn today?
Yes, Kate. I learned a lot today. This class, I think this online training, 9 to 5, it really worth attending. So I have made the right choice. So the first thing I have learned about is the different personalities. Because this is the first time I know about this thing.
Oh, okay.
If I don't attend this training, I do not know this at all. So it helped me to understand other people and myself. So so this is something new, but it's important to know. So when we engage to the different people like bosses, colleagues, subordinate, and vendor and customer, it helps us now. Yes, because writing is important, but in our communication, in our work, in our family, we as a human, we need this knowledge as well. So that improvement on this communication skill. Other than that, in terms of writing, my understanding towards business letter, email, my understanding is better, so I can write better email. So I understand the email and the business letter writing, the format, and why we need to write like this. And the way you explain, make myself easy to remember. So I know what I'm writing next time lah. Then the notes, the slide is also quite complete, and I received the slide before the class, a few days before the class. That's very, I think this is the system is very good. So some more, because we have discussion in this training, we communicate with other people and we present, somehow our communication skill also improve.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We discuss among ourselves, we talk to among ourselves, and then someone in the team or in the group volunteer to present to you. This is a way of communication. Somehow our communication also improve already. Somehow it build our confidence when we communicate with someone more knowledgeable, for example, trainer or our bosses or manager.
Yes.
Yeah. So other than that, even though I don't always write proposal, but today I learned something about proposal. But even though I don't go so in depth, but overall I understand about the proposal. So next time when I need to write something about proposal, I know it better compared to some other people who do not know at all. So so at least I know something about the proposal, then I feel happy lah.
Something extra
because proposal,
lah.
if you want to go in depth about proposal, maybe you need more time. But today 9 to 5, if you know something about a proposal from how to write the whole thing roughly, if I know, I feel very happy already lah. I'm contented also.
Oh, okay, very good.
There are things that you don't expect to learn so detailed, because you're not using now. Maybe in future you need this information. Then you have the recording after this training. You have the slide. You can refer back, and then from there you can develop lah.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and also, just want to know, Kit, actually, other than this type of training, about effective business communication skill, right? What kind of training that you are actually conducting so far?
Yesterday, I just completed project documentation. I do customer service. I do quite a few things because my background is so varied. Yeah. Okay. Evie is writing for me. Yeah. Quite a bit of things lah. I do. Yeah. There Evie writing already. All these things lah. There she's writing lah. Yeah. Yesterday she was with me. We were doing that. Yeah.
So other than this area, what other area that you usually give training?
You tell me what you agak-agak you want. I do right from managerial, supervisory to the staff. Yeah. A lot. Yeah.
So if you are, let's say if we are involved in the training and development department, those skills that we need to improve, do you provide those training for
yes,
those?
Yes. That one is something called pet project lah, because a lot of people don't know how to run the training department.
Let's say if our company asks us to be involved in the training and development department, and you need to help in the training area, you need to give training and all that. But we don't know about this. But do you provide some training on that?
That will be called customized training. You tell me exactly what you want your training department to do, and then I will arrange for specific training. Yeah,
specific training.
I just finished one on KPI.
I see. But that type of training, how much it costs?
Depends on EV lah. Ask EV how much. Because you got HRDF, what? Isn't it? I'm not clever with these things. I am only a trainer. The dollars and cents part, EV very clever one lah. EV will know.
So EV is what's the position of EV in SK?
EV is the what is the title, EV? Business Development Manager. Yeah. EV is the Business Development Manager of the training company, which hires me to do training.
Oh, so you are the part-time trainer or full-time trainer for SK Business Solution?
Yes. Also, I am a part-time trainer for many companies.
I see.
But never mind. If you think you want training, you just tell me, then I hook you up to EV or Shah or whoever.
I see. And actually, after this training, you told us that we can WhatsApp you and ask you things, right? But is there any time frame for this?
No, you just send. No, you just send. I have got this girl. She was working here, and then she resigned from here. She moved to Cebu, and she's still writing to me. And she didn't even attend HR training with me. She attended business writing with me, but she's asking me about HR things. Okay, no problem, man.
Okay. And after this training, the e-certificate and recording will be